Hello and welcome back, my wonderful tome readers. I hope you all are really enjoying this story, because man, I sure as hell am. For those of you joining me for the first time, I am Lucy Ferris, the Morningstar Archives, and we are significantly in to Please Be Happy, a nice, cute, fluffy romance visual novel of which there are only two romantic options. And we are following Aspen, the aspiring writer love interest, who is oh so adorable. Though, to be honest, they're both of the options between her and the vampire librarian were very much like tailor made for me. To wish to pursue in a game like this, I really like starting with Aspen. It's nice, down to earth, and very chill. But yeah, we have gone on like one official date with her. Had a hell of a dramatic moment when a bus she was supposed to take to come back into town, because there are memory issues connected to like an innate magic slash curse that our character has. Anyone who does not stay in contact with her at least once every 24 hours forgets me how, which is sad. But yeah, I'm liking it. It's cute. It's fluffy, like I said. Part literally because she is a fox girl who can transform into full fox. And yeah, we're getting some hints of ways to work around this innate magic of ours, but we are also learning how to read despite being alive for several hundred years, point where we haven't even been keeping track, so we don't know how old we are. It's the first time we've ever needed, let alone wanted, to read, so it's going nice. We last time left off on calling our girlfriend the previous night, call going on long enough that she fell asleep on the line. It was adorable. But yeah, she recently got an offer for a book that she wrote. It's going to require specific editing, she has said. She's not giving us like the specifics, but makes it sound like it's going to be hard on her to make some of the changes. And she's kind of waffling on the decision because she's wanted to be a published author for a while. So, after that call, where I can't remember exactly what we said, but something that helped put her at ease, we are now 2 weeks later. Let us see where things have gone.
Okay, you can open your eyes.
Oh? I take my hands off my face and look around. Aspen's apartment doesn't seem any different than usual, aside from being a bit untidy, but she stands there in front of me, beaming, with her hands behind her back.
Maybe it's a little silly to celebrate a 1-month anniversary, but I have a gift for you.
Yay.
A gift?
Aspen laughs and steps closer to me.
Yes, although it's kind of a gift for both of us.
Slowly, she brings her hands around and reveals what she was hiding. It's a stack of papers. Too small to be her manuscript, but similar. She turns the stack so I can see the front page, which only has a few words written on it. Short enough that I can sound them out. That's right, we are making use of phonics.
The Fox and the Grove.
Oh.
Yes, the title was supposed to be a placeholder, but I rather like it. It's a new story that I wrote. You can probably guess what it's about.
The title is not subtle. I flip through the pages. There's only text on one side and a lot of blank space. Still, just holding and looking at this present makes my heart swell.
I can't believe you already wrote a new book. a kid's book than anything. Still, that's amazing. I didn't even know you were working on this. That's because it was supposed to be a surprise, silly. It's just working on all these changes to my novel. I needed something that I could write on the side for fun.
Or for the creatives that have a whole lot of procrastinating in them. Sometimes one way around that is to just have multiple projects that you can procrastinate and just jump around. It's like, I don't feel like drawing today. It's like, oh wait, is there an essay coming up I need to submit for school? I might as well draw it now. It's not a great solution, but if it gets you working on creative works, it's not a bad one.
No wonder you've been so tired all the time. You've been working on 2 things at once.
It's fine. I'm fine. Once I'm done with the edits, everything will be back to normal. Spending time on this felt like a treat.
With a bright smile that doesn't quite hide the bags under her eyes. I wish I could believe Aspen when she says she's fine.
I only have a couple more days before I have to send in my revisions anyway. So by next week, I'll be able to relax again.
On the other hand, that's how they get you. Deadline after deadline. The area around her desk is messy, more than the rest of her apartment. Aside from her laptop and notebooks spread across it, there are her empty coffee cups, loose sheets of paper, and wrappers from fast food and frozen meals. It's like, come on, girl, just... As I usually end my streams on, very good advice. If you are going to throw yourself into projects, make sure you are eating enough, sleeping enough, eating enough, drinking enough, getting enough sleep. Take care of your body so your body can take care of you. Because the easiest way to get burnt out is not giving yourself the time to kind of like think about the status your body is in. Because it can all go downhill real quick. All the editing jobs and little fanfic that I do sometimes takes me until 2 in the morning to finish. Can attest to that. Just forgetting to even check the clock. The covers on her bed are unmade, revealing the shoebox that's hidden beneath it. The lid is bulging with how many letters are stuffed into it. Noticing my stare, Aspen zips over to the bed and pulls the sheets down to hide the box, kicking some clothes and other stuff on the floor under the bed too.
Anyway, here, for you. I love you.
I take the papers as gently as I can, hold them close to my heart as I lean in to kiss Aspen.
I love you too.
Like always, the moment is way too short. But Aspen's smile looks brighter and more real when we part.
Go ahead and make yourself a home. I need to take care of the cats and do all my other after-work chores.
Okay. Let me know if you need any help.
Of course.
Another kiss on the cheek, and then she's off. On one hand, it's hard to believe we've already been dating for a month. On the other, it's hard to believe it's only been a month. It feels like ages since we said goodbye at the bus station. Which was literally right before bus coming back ran late. And we literally ran out to meet her because we didn't want her to forget us. And then we said yes. I've had that feeling several times since coming to Wellington, where the days feel like they either rush by or drag on. Either way, they've passed, and I've been here for almost 3 months now. It's not the longest I've lived in one place, but I'm sure that at some point I'll pass my record. I kick off my shoes and lay back on the bed, staring up at the ceiling with Aspen's new book on my chest. Everything around me has the faintest trace of Aspen's perfume, along with her ever-present smell of coffee. The blankets, the sheets, the pillows, all of it. Even out of the room, her presence is all-encompassing. From the bathroom, over the sound of the running shower, I can hear Aspen singing something to herself. I wonder if she knows I can hear her. Or maybe she's doing it because she knows I can hear. Although her singing voice isn't the best, it's surprisingly clear and stable. I like listening to it just because it's hers. Right when I'm about to sit up, one of Aspen's cats, I think it's Byron, hops up on the bed beside me. I expect him to run away as soon as he recognizes me, but to my surprise, he doesn't. He sniffs my ears and my tail, but then cautiously nuzzles my face.
Aw. Hey, buddy.
I reach out to try to pet him, but that turns out to be too much and he darts away.
Oh well, it's better than last time.
Last time, the cats ran under Aspen's bed. They were just too scared of the fox that is human-sized. I move down to the floor with my back against the bed, setting the papers in my lap. They're stapled together at the top, but I'm afraid of tearing or damaging them. Even though I know Aspen could print another copy, there's something special about this one. It's the one she made just for me. I made sure there aren't any other cats around who might cause any issues, then turned to the first page. In the middle of the forest was a grove. In the middle of the grove was a log. It had been years since it had fallen. Once one of the proudest trees around, and now in death, was home to an abundance of life. For any of the listeners who missed the first stream, that is, if it's not exactly the same, it's very similar to the opening of the game. It takes me a long time, probably longer than it should, to read through. But it's not just my slow pace with the words. It's also the memories that they call to mind. I can picture exactly what the log looks like. If I close my eyes, I can smell the damp grass and feel the breeze on my fur. Seeing young Ian's words written out brings a lump to my throat. I carried them around in my head for so long before I even understood them. Now, seeing them written down, they'll last forever. Some of the details are different from reality, and of course Aspen's book doesn't use any names, but it's still my story. Back when I first met Aspen, I told her I didn't have any story to tell. Now, reading it back to myself, I can kind of see why she found it so interesting. Maybe there's always been more to me than I thought. Eventually, Aspen emerges from the restroom, her hair still wet. Spotting the papers in my hand, she approaches with a smile.
Hey, no dripping!
Oops, good save.
I can't let my favorite book get ruined after all.
Favorite book?
Yeah, I loved it. I really loved it.
After putting the papers on the nightstand where they'll be safe, I stand up so that I can give Aspen a hug.
I'm so glad. That makes it all worth it. I was worried I might get something wrong or forget an important part, but...
I cut her off by tapping a finger to her lips.
It was perfect.
Kissing my finger, Aspen smiles.
It's what you deserve.
Aspen goes off to dry her hair and then bustles around finishing up her chores before returning to my side. Leaning against me, she yawns.
You should go take a nap.
Even without the yawning, it's clear that she needs rest and hasn't been getting much.
I can't nap. You're here. Besides, I haven't done any of my writing for the day.
Wouldn't you write better if you're not tired?
I haven't been not tired for years. And what about you?
I mean, it's kind of hard to never not be tired when you're more than 30. Oof. That's when it starts to kick you while you're down.
What about me? I'm fine.
But if I'm asleep, then that's less time that I get to spend with you.
Aww.
We're still together. It'd be the same as if you were writing, right?
You have a point there.
There we go. We gotta trick her into getting some better, healthier habits. I sit down in her desk chair, locking off her computer and crossing my arms. Melodramatically sighing, she lays down on the bed, but still faces me.
All right. If you insist.
And we do.
But only for half an hour or so. If I ever sleep, you better wake me up before you leave, all right?
Okay.
I have zero intentions of waking her up. She gives me a doubtful eye. Oh, she does know us.
I mean it. No slipping out silently so you can let me sleep or any nonsense like that.
I won't. I promise.
Removing her glasses and putting them on the nightstand, Aspen offers me one last smile.
Good.
I mean, there's still one little loophole, though. It's like no sneaking out before waking her. Well, if we just, stay here, nap at her side, even though that looks like a college dorm-sized twin bed, that would still get around the having to wake her before we leave, because we're still here. Pulling the blankets up to her shoulders, she rolls over to face the wall. It doesn't even take a minute before I can hear the shift in her breathing. She's out like a light.
Just like on the phone.
Half an hour comes and goes while I watch videos on Aspen's computer or reread the book she wrote for me. Of course, she shows no signs of waking up anytime soon. Good. She needs the rest. I won't wake her up, but I won't break my promise either. It's simple. Yeah, she got it too. If I can't leave until she gets up, then I just won't go. Oh, this is an adorable little CG, but it clearly means Miho's either going to move to sit here, if not lay on top of the bed. I entertain myself, and time passes by. Byron the cat gets bold enough to try approaching me again, and Percy comes with him too. They sit down in unison near my feet.
Here, kitties.
Holding out my hand, I stretch my fingers as far as possible. They stare for a moment for one, and then the other gives a curious sniff. Finally, deciding I'm not a threat, they both rub against my leg, letting me scratch their backs. Their fur is soft and fluffy, like petting a pillow. They go back and forth around each other, suddenly not able to get enough attention. Well, it's not like I don't know how that is. Night falls, and even I start to get tired too. Aspen hasn't moved at all, other than to toss and turn occasionally. I send a quick message to Juliet to tell her where I am, then set my phone down next to Aspen's on her nightstand, beside the printed pages. It all feels very normal, but in a good way. The little fox in her grove could have never dreamed of the things she'd see one day. Planes, phones, apartment buildings. All she knew of humans was a kind touch and a piece of paper. In some ways, that little fox never changed. Moving as carefully as I ever did in the middle of a heist, I flick off the lights, half expecting the sudden darkness to disturb Aspen, but she doesn't budge at all. Same goes for when I climb into bed beside her. I knew it. I wrap my arms around Aspen, drape my tail across us both. She moves slightly, and I curse myself silently. I must not have been careful enough.
Miho?
Her voice is less than a whisper. It's barely a breath.
I'm here.
Good.
Within seconds, she's asleep again. Before I myself drift off, there's a soft thump on the bed behind me, and then a second one. Something warm and fuzzy rests against my back, then again near my legs. I crane my head to look at the cats. They're both curled up into balls, paws near their faces just like their owner. Byron stares at me in the dark, probably wondering why I'm looking at him. Deciding he doesn't care, he closes his eyes like Percy and Aspen. Feeling more content than I can ever remember, I shut my eyes as well and drift off into sleep. Fluffy romance. Oh. I wake up to a sound from hell. It screeches and blares so loud that it hurts. My eyes shoot open in an instant. I sit bolt upright in a place I don't recognize. Where am I? What's going on? Beside me, something moves. I stare at the pulsing lamp in the darkness, and suddenly remember the answer to one of my questions. I'm so disoriented I forgot I was at Aspen's. She rolls over onto her other side, not reacting to the sound. Instead, she looks confused for other reasons. I nod, too tongue-tied to know what to say first. Pushing herself up on one arm, Aspen reaches all the way across me and fumbles around till she grabs her phone. As she pulls past my face, I realize it's the source of the noise. So here's the thing. She went to lay down in her day outfit. Like, even in the CG, it showed her day outfit. The blue blouse. But now she's in her nightshirt. Are we in a nightmare? Did she decide to get up, somehow not wake us, and change into a nightshirt? I don't... And the music is making me nervous. Something happened. She presses something on the screen and the sound disappears. With a groan, she drops her phone into the blanket between us.
Time to wake up.
My racing heart begins to slow back down. It was just her alarm clock. Duh. I feel silly for being so panicked, but it really took me surprised. I'm still a little panicked. Because like I said, discrepancy with the outfit and the CG and now. Maybe it's just artistic oversight, but I'm still a little concerned. I'm not sure Aspen even noticed. She rubs her eyes sleepily.
I'm not still dreaming, am I?
I shake my head.
I don't think anyone could still be dreaming after that.
Oh, you have never had to go to sleep after nearly 2 days of being awake. Really hard not to sleep through an alarm.
Why didn't... I didn't...
Her thoughts stumble off into a yawn, and then she tries again.
You were supposed to wake me up.
Only before I left, so I didn't leave.
Even half asleep, she still manages to smile. Holding onto her bag, she looks up the ceiling with half-lidded eyes.
My day's already been made.
But not the bed. So other than the cuteness for waking up, realizing we didn't wake her up and let her sleep, I am a little concerned of what the purpose of that scene was. Like, obviously we were going to be there. Why did Miho have to be shocked and uncertain about where she was? That feels like it should be addressed, because even if she doesn't normally wake up to an alarm, surely she's familiar enough with her phone to know that it's an option if she wanted to be, right? I don't know. I might just be overthinking the scene. The two of us are some of the only pedestrians out this early. A few cars and the occasional school bus pass us by, but for the most part, the walk to the library is quiet. When we get there, Juliet's already waiting in the kitchen.
Good morning, you two.
Morning. Hello.
Go ahead and have a seat. The coffee's ready, and breakfast will be soon.
Thank you, Juliet. You're a treasure.
She pours herself a cup of coffee, even though she already had two before we left her apartment.
My pleasure. I'm glad to have a reason to cook.
Aspen nurses her drink, taking tiny sips, while nearly dozing off against my shoulder. Juliet finishes the food while I spread out the dishes across the table.
Thanks, love.
Aspen mumbles as I set her plate in front of her. Even with the coffee, it seems like she may fall asleep at any moment. I'm not sure she even knows what she said, but I heard her loud and clear. What do they call it? A pet name? Feels really good. If Silver was here, I'm sure she'd have a bunch of witty things to say about that. As I finish setting the table, Juliet brings a pot and a couple plates of food. Breakfast today is oatmeal with some fresh fruit and a waffle with syrup. That seems to get Aspen to perk up a little bit. After we finish eating and clear everything away again, she finally seems properly alert and awake. After another cup of coffee, too, of course. I've spent so much time with Aspen over the past day that when she stands up to go to work, it takes me by surprise. I'd forgotten she'd have to leave. When she says goodbye to Juliet, I walk with her to the door. Neither of us want to let go of the other, but eventually, Aspen takes her first step outside.
Have a good day at work.
I will. Thank you for yesterday. And today. Even if I slept through most of it, it was nice to wake up beside you.
Bunch of heckin' cuties.
Yeah. We should do it again sometime.
Absolutely. After this weekend...
She searches for the words.
You'll be able to breathe again.
Exactly.
It seems like she might say more, but then with a small shake of her head, she gives me a goodbye kiss.
Bye, Miho.
See you soon.
Have fun storming the castle. I watch Aspen go until she's disappeared from sight. I go back to the kitchen to grab a drink, and I'm surprised to see Juliet still sitting at the table. I'm so used to her going to bed when Aspen leaves.
Now you're gonna be extra tired too.
I sit down across from her and she chuckles, but there's real concern in her eyes too.
So, I wasn't imagining it. Is she alright?
She's...
Struggling. Not getting enough sleep. Stressed out. Pushing herself too hard.
She's Aspen.
Now Juliet really laughs.
Yes, fair enough. From the moment she told us about that conversation with her editor, I worried that something like this would happen.
Which part? How'd you know?
Juliet collects her thoughts before answering.
Before we met you, that book of hers was all Aspen could really think about. Even when we discussed books by other authors, it always came back to her own stories. And yet, all the conversation and all the advice, I couldn't begin to tell you what her book is even about. Could you?
That is fair. Though I thought maybe it was just the game, like, being intentionally vague. So it could just be whatever book the player/reader enjoys themselves. We can actually find out what it's about. I shake my head.
I don't know anything about it either.
I thought not. Do you remember a few weeks ago when she first told us she'd sent in her manuscript?
Yeah. She was going to surprise us with good news, but changed her mind.
Indeed. At first, she didn't want us to know until she had the contract in hand. In other words, until she was sure it's good enough. She feels she has so much to prove, not just to herself, but the world. Chasing perfection that's unattainable. So much of her heart and soul has gone into those pages that I can't help but imagine she takes every rejection personally.
If I interpreted the description of her room earlier, the box stuffed full of paper, I have a feeling those are all the rejection letters.
Rejection of her, and not just her work. Because in Aspen's eyes, I believe they're one and the same.
She said that this could be her only chance, and that's why she has to take it.
To Aspen, who's only ever seen one pathway forward to the future, I'm sure it seems that way. Even if from the outside, to you and I, that so clearly isn't true.
There's a bunch of other stuff she's good at too, besides writing. Like running a cafe or doing research. Those are things that even I know are useful.
Slumping down in my chair, I stare at the small ring of coffee on the table where Aspen's mug used to be.
I wish I could help her. She's done so much for me. But it was all I could do to even get her to sleep.
I'm sure that your presence and care for her helped more than you know. The end, painful or not, is up to Aspen to learn from her experiences. After all, it's one thing to know something from reading it in a book or hearing it from someone else. It's quite another to live through and experience something yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You and
So
I
true.
can't grow for her. We can be there for her. Sometimes, a kind word and the knowledge that we aren't alone can be the support that we need. The strength must come from within ourselves. Whatever choices Aspen is faced with, only she can make them. All we can do is offer our comfort and guidance. And Miha?
I look up from the ground, meeting Juliet's gaze. Although she's not angry or upset, she's unusually serious.
Don't forget to care for yourself, too. It's easy to get caught up in the euphoria of love, which isn't a bad thing. But just as you cannot live Aspen's life for her, You cannot live your life solely for her sake either. By all means, love passionately, and deeply, and recklessly. But don't forget to live for yourself, too.
Yeah, I'll second that. That is good advice. Just because you're in a relationship with someone doesn't mean you don't deserve some time to be yourself. But it's nice when you're able to spend more time with the people you love, whether it's in a familiar manner or as a romantic relationship. But you shouldn't let yourself be defined by having a partner. Because if for any reason it doesn't work out, or they pass before you, it makes it so much harder to define yourself as just yourself again. It's, I've seen that in my grandmother. Married twice, no children by her second husband, though he did bring in his own from previous marriage up for himself. And, even though those cousins of mine were still there for her when they could be, it's hard to replace someone who you loved for decades when they're gone. It's, just the way it is. And it's important to not lose sight of who you are by yourself for the moments when they cannot be there with you. I find myself on the verge of saying, I know, but catch myself. Instead, I just nod. Because I also know what Juliet herself had been through to find herself offering that advice. With a smile returning to her face, Juliet's serious demeanor lightens a little.
Well, now that I've prattled on for a while, I do think I'll get some rest of my own.
I managed to smile back.
Sleep tight.
Thank you.
She starts to exit the kitchen, but as she passes me, Juliet pauses and then backtracks a step.
Perhaps it was just the light, but is there something different about your bead?
Huh?
I hadn't even looked at my necklace today. I take it off to see what Juliet's talking about. It's still glowing, no more or less brightly than it was yesterday, I think. But turning it over in my hands a few times, I noticed something. Are those cracks? Sure enough, she's right.
It's cracked.
Ooh. There's a hairline fracture running across part of my bead. It's so small that at first it looks like an eyelash or a piece of dust. But when I rub my finger over it, I can feel the subtle ridge, as well as a light tingling sensation, like my fingertip is falling asleep.
May I see it closer?
I pulled out the necklace for her, angling it so she can get as clear a view as possible. Of course, I can't let go or it would go back around my neck. Juliet starts to reach one hand for it, but then changes her mind, instead just leaning in close to examine. Finally, she shakes her head.
Unfortunately, I can't discern anything more than the obvious. Your magic remains foreign to me, like a book in an unknown language.
I can't help but be reminded of the scroll upstairs.
What do you think it could mean?
I mean, nothing great. Especially if my theory is true. And that the kind of like innate magic is only like quote unquote charging the bead more because she's sticking around people. The memory wipe is not happening. And whatever little bit of magic is being saved from not having to wipe the memories of Aspen and Juliet is becoming too much being saved, overloading it. I don't want that to be true, because that would mean we would have to let one of these two lovely women forget us and lose one of the two longest known friends we've ever had, even if that length of time was only 3 months. That would suck. For a long moment, she's quiet. Even before asking, I know the answer.
I don't know. But I don't think it's coincidence or random.
Me either.
And I'm sure the frustration in my voice is obvious. It's always questions, rarely any answers. It's getting harder and harder to push them from my thoughts. Rather than repeat our goodbyes, Julia places a reassuring hand on my shoulder.
I have faith that when the time is right, you'll know what to do. Trust in yourself. The same way you look at Aspen and don't understand how she undervalues herself. Slow progress is still progress.
I nod, and she goes off to bed. Progress. I just wish I knew what it was progressing towards. Alright. We're going to do a proper save. Right here. So we only have one event, and it's the play. The rehearsals for the play carry on regularly over the month. We have at least one every week, sometimes more. Although I don't go to every single one of them, I go to lots. Aspen and Juliet are probably more excited about it than I am, and always encourage me before I go, even though I've told them several times that I'm not really participating that much. Out of the entire cast, there's definitely no one who works as hard as Lena and Cyrus do. Not only do those two have the most lines, but they have the most energy too. That is surprising, because Cyrus, at the very least from their voice actor, does not sound like a high energy person. Which is funny, if we're being told, no, he has plenty of energy. We just don't get to hear it much. Considering how quiet Cyrus is when he's okay, so I called when he's not acting. Watching and hearing him perform with so much emotion is like seeing a whole new person. Even though the play isn't until December, more than a month away, neither of them ever slack off. When I'm there, I sometimes help out with things like organizing the props or handing out refreshments. The actual performance will be on a real stage, but we haven't been able to use one for practice yet. Sorry, cleared my throat. Sometimes I do have to perform my part, which mostly means standing still in my costume, but sometimes having to move around. I'm not totally sure why they don't just use fake trees, but it's okay. Although, I wasn't exactly looking forward to being a part of this at first. The more time I spend at rehearsals, the more fun I have. Even though I have to meet most of the cast every time, they're all pretty friendly and easy to get along with. Even I can see the improvement that happens every week. Everyone is getting better, not just Lena and Cyrus. Occasionally, other people in the park will stop by to watch for a bit, and they always clap or cheer when we're done or when they leave. Overall, the play is a nice distraction from the worries of my everyday life. It's nice to have one thing that I don't have to stress about. There's still a long way to go. I know that just means we'll improve even more before the real thing. Surprising myself, I'm looking forward to showing everyone just how hard we've been working. Nope. It's late, and the moon is high in the sky when there's suddenly a knock at my window. I'm assuming Silver. I burst up from my spot on the floor where I'd been dozing.
What the?
Oh, no, it could be Lena, because this is Lena event in the park, I guess. In the darkness, it takes a moment for me to discern the face behind the glass. When I do, it turns out to be the last person I'd expect.
Silver?
Oh, no. Okay, first guess was correct. I pull the window open to where Silver is perched on the branch of a nearby tree. I was about to say, what's going on with my captions? There we are.
How did... Why not just use the door?
The locked door.
Come outside. I would speak with you.
You could also speak with us right here from the branch. Ignoring my questions like always, Silver stands up. I catch the corner of a cocky smile before she leaps from the branch, plummeting towards the ground below.
Hey!
Clutching the windowsill, I jam my head out the window, expecting to see her crumpled on the grass. Instead, I'm just in time to watch her nimbly land on her feet and transform before running off into the darkness behind the library. With no time to wait or even think about it, I follow after her. Of course, I take the stairs and go out the front door first. I transform right away and wrap around the building, expecting to have to chase after Silver, even though she came here. Instead, she hasn't gone far at all. Just beyond the edge of the yard, she stands in her human form and stares out at the city below us. Many windows are dark, but many are illuminated too. The street lights and lamps stand lit, even with no one to use them. A warm yellow glow pushes away the darkness at the edges of town. Changing forms back as well, I walk over to stand beside her. Without looking at me, Silver extends an arm in front of her as if reaching for the city. It's her wrist with her bracelet on it, and her bead shines in the dark like another street lamp. Unhooking my necklace, I hold it out alongside hers. The glow of my bead is about as bright as hers. Scoffing, Silver lowers her arm and I put my necklace back on. I wait for her to start talking, instead of saying anything myself. I found myself doing this a lot with Aspen and Juliet as well, although here it's different. Not only was Silver the one who came to me, but anything I say would probably be ignored anyway. Sure enough, it isn't long before she twirls around to point a finger in my face.
Listen up, because I'm only going to tell you this once.
Alright, what you got to say? That's one more time than I usually get. I just nod, signaling for her to continue.
I simply couldn't watch you continue to wallow in ignorance.
Alright, let's see where you're going with this, I guess.
Whereas your magic causes those you encounter to forget about you, mine assists me in a different way.
Oh, we're gonna find out.
It tells me the truth of things, of people, human and fabled alike.
Wait. Have you been spying on our girlfriend?
To my eyes, their emotions are as colors. Fear, like everything else, has its own glow. I've seen it ignite in my presence, at my command. In this way, I've survived. The betrayal of their hearts is twofold. They reveal unseen feelings that they try to mask with words. And the hearts of men are fickle besides. I've seen boredom turn to cruelty, fear become hatred. This is what I see, and you do not. The truth that lies behind all promises and pretenses. Today's friends are tomorrow's bitter foes. You should know all this. I know what it's like to be one of us. I know what you've lived through. And yet, even now.
She cuts herself off and scoffs. Or maybe it's her choking something back.
What color is mine right now?
Tired. And to give her an out, I ask a question instead. Her eyes narrow, but with concentration, not irritation. As I stand there, I match her gaze. This is the first time we've really spoken normally. Instead of her trying to pick a fight or hide from me, she's the first to look away, speaking to the ground.
The color of young spring. It's difficult to read the aura of our kind, requiring my concentration and focus. Even then, it's but a pale glow. With humans and most others, they cannot hide their light from me if they wanted to.
Like why you don't forget about me, right? Even though everyone else does.
And she nods. I want to know what the color means to her. I also want to know why she's choosing to just tell me this, after dodging everything else I've ever asked her. I'm sure she wouldn't tell me if I tried. But there is something else that I do have to ask, because I'm pretty sure I already know the answer.
Have you ever told anyone else?
Staring at the ground, it takes a long time before Silver shakes her head.
Thought so.
I don't think Silver's quite as old as I am, but she still spent decades on her own, if not longer. Just like me. And all that time, any chances I might have had to do something different, or change something, I just let pass me by. I never had any idea what I might be missing. Beside me, Silver adjusts her mask and shifts her weight to her good leg. She's about to transform and probably run away. She had to have some reason for running out here, right? Was she hoping that I'd be the one to extend a hand? I think she'd get along with Aspen and Juliet once she had some time to warm up to them. And if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be having this conversation with her right now. Before she can change, I suddenly reach over and put my hand on Silver's shoulder. She stiffens and goes tense beneath my fingers, pulling away inconceivably fast. Facing me from a few meters away, I don't need to be able to read auras to detect the anger emanating from her.
I'm sorry.
Damn it. That was dumb, even for me. I hold up my hands, trying to show that I won't do it again.
I just...
Just what? Wanted to help her? Saying that would definitely make her hate me. Instead, I clamp my jaw shut before I make things worse. For a moment, her face softens, and she looks torn. She dispels that with a shake of her head.
We're even now.
Within seconds, she's a fox, and then she's part of the night, vanished into the darkness. This time, I don't even think about chasing her. I would have gotten upset too if one of my friends had done that to me early on too. But I don't think she'll hold it against me. At least, not any more than the rest of my existence. After all, I realized way too late. Her coming here in the first place was already her reaching out. And if there's one thing I know for sure, it's that you can't rush these things.
I'm sorry. I hope I'll see you again soon.
I don't yell, but I don't whisper either. I'm pretty sure that she's still close enough to be able to hear me. I've done about as much as I can. The rest is up to her. The first thing out of my mouth when I wake up is a sigh. Outside my window lurks a murky gray morning, which feels like an omen. It is chilly, and I'm tempted to stay under the warm covers. But I force myself up and to get ready, then go down to breakfast. Juliet and I chit-chat as we wait for Aspen to arrive, but she never does. By the time we finish eating, it seems pretty clear that Aspen won't be showing up.
She must still be asleep.
Just like the morning that Cello and her friends left. I'm guessing that Aspen's overslept. After Silver ran away last night, I was also kept awake with my thoughts for a while. I figured I'd be the last one to get to the kitchen. Aspen still has me beat, though. I try calling her, but it goes to voicemail. As soon as I hang up the phone, I return to my room. I put on my shoes and then leave the library, leaving Juliet when I pass by the dining room again. I'm sure she knew what I was going to do as soon as I did. I'm not too worried about Aspen, at least not any more than usual, but I have a feeling she could use the support right now. I knock on Aspen's door and wait. Silence. I knock again and wait. I knock a third time, harder. Finally, I hear a sleepy voice from inside.
I'm coming.
When the door finally opens, I'm relieved to see Aspen is alright, or at least upright and unharmed. She definitely isn't doing great, though. Her hair is a mess, and she still has a blanket wrapped around her. As she stares at me, blinking in the morning sun, she groans and holds a hand to her head.
Miho? God, what time? Ugh, come in.
I step inside gingerly, shutting the door behind myself. Inside it's dark, with the curtains drawn and all the lights off. Aspen immediately returns to her bed and lays down with another groan. As I walk towards the bed, my foot bumps against something on the floor. At first I'm afraid it's one of the cats, but when I look down, I see it's actually an empty can. Rolls under the bed all the same. In fact, there are a few of the empty cans around. I pick one up because I don't recognize the label, and can immediately identify it by smell as beer. So she's hungover, which means something happened last night. I've never had any alcohol, but I know enough about it just from TV and my travels. I sit down on the bed beside Aspen, who's covered her face with a stuffed animal. Still, she manages to blindly fumble around with one hand until she finds and holds mine.
I'm late for breakfast, aren't I?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I came to make sure you're okay.
Sorry, it sounded a weed eater or something outside, so I just moved a pillow on that side of the mic to hopefully mute it for you guys. She makes a sound that could be pain or just acknowledgement.
Sorry, you should have called. You didn't have to walk all the way here.
Oh, she did.
I tried.
Oh, and now there's a train. Cool. Her other hand appears in the darkness, also fumbling around until she finds her phone, which is under a pillow, just like her.
Oops. I'm sorry. I slept right through it.
Looking around her room, I notice more than just the beer cans. Her laptop is on the floor, half closed. Notebooks and papers are scattered around the room, not just on the desk, but everywhere. Last time I was here, her apartment was messy. Today it's a disaster.
It's okay. No big deal. I'm more worried about you than anything.
I'm fine. I'm fine. The only problem is I slept in so damn late. I was planning to call out of work anyway. I need the extra time to finish my edits. And I may have had a bit too much to drink last night, which I'm really paying for now.
I don't think you can call this fine.
Gently, I lift the plushie away from Aspen's face.
No!
Although she groans, makes grabby hands at it, she doesn't really try to stop me. Instead, she looks up at me with red-rimmed eyes and manages a smile. Gesturing for me to come closer, I lean down and Aspen pulls me in to kiss her. Her hand lingers on my cheek when I sit back up.
What if I said I was fine now?
She wouldn't believe you.
I still wouldn't believe you.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Although she pretends to pout, Aspen doesn't try to deny it again. Since she's not in any shape to sit up, I lie down next to her instead. I can't help but notice the makeup stains on her pillow.
This is 2 days in a row now that I've gotten to wake up next to you. More or less. That's something good at least.
Yeah, but the circumstances could be better.
You missed out on breakfast today, though.
I'll take that trade.
She closes her eyes, yawning.
But that's also 2 days in a row that I've overslept. I'd actually meant to get an early start today and work on my book a bit before going up to the library.
You were gonna get up early? When did you go to bed?
Oof. 4 hours ago, I assume. Aspen and I had already said goodnight to each other before Silver showed up my window. That was somewhere around midnight.
I don't remember. It's a little fuzzy, you know. I'm in the final stretch, though. I can afford to sacrifice a little sleep.
Can ya?
Maybe if it was just sleep. And just a little.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? Even Juliet can tell how exhausted you are all the time.
Even Juliet, hmm? Besides, it's only a couple more days. I have to finish and send it in by the end of Sunday, and then...
And then...
Then... everything can go back to normal. Like my sleep schedule. Then it'll be out of my hands and someone else's problem.
And if you can't finish the edits, or you make more mistakes before the deadline, it's really hard to fix a sleep schedule once it gets fucked up. It is. And it's not even the same for everyone. What works best for me is resetting my circadian rhythm. It's the body's internal clock for when you eat meals. And the way to reset it is not eat anything at all in the 12 hours before you intend to wake up. More if you can. And even doing that, it's better to not drink anything except water, because your body may interpret something like juice or soda or coffee as food, and it won't work. But 12 hours without eating is also really rough. And it works best if you do it a few days in a row, which means that several days in a row where you're not letting yourself eat for a span of 12 hours. as someone who grew up very much with, I'm going to say culture, for lack of a better word to come to mind, with 3 meals a day, usually that's across, what is it, like 16 to 18 hours of your day with food, whether it be full meals or snacks. The body is not going to have just a completely empty stomach after a period of sleep. It's still going to have a little something. And starving yourself hurts that. Because it is starving yourself. It can take weeks to fix a bad sleep schedule. But all you really need is 1 or 2 bad nights too close to each other to fuck it up. It is why I specify in my closing segments of stream to eat enough, drink enough, and get enough sleep. Because it gets really hard. It gets really hard. Even if you're eating and drinking everything your body needs, you're not getting enough sleep. There's more and more resources going to keeping your body active and awake. It's like never letting your computer shut off. The constantly having to spin the fans every so often to keep its own CPU cool, or whatever terminology. Your body needs time to rest, or it wears out faster.
It's gonna be that easy? You'll just never have to think about your book again.
Asking the right question there, Miho.
Well, no, of course, not like that. I hope not, at least. Unless the changes still aren't what they're looking for. But I don't even want to consider that. Oh God, I do not want to consider that.
You're starting to spiral. You're starting to spiral, Aspen.
There'll be more work to do, of course. More writing and more editing. Hopefully not as much editing. I struggled a lot this time around because it was so different from the original manuscript and not the kind of thing I usually write. But once I got the hang of it, it started being easier. So I think next time around shouldn't be as difficult because I already know what they're looking for.
She has to stop and take a break to continue talking.
That's not counting all the other stuff like paperwork and promotion and all that, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Oh, rights and licensing too. That's another thing to think about, but later. The first time I do all that might be tough, but it should also get easier, just like the editing. I've done a lot of research and...
Aspen.
It does make sense, given what the best-selling trends have been lately. Usually I'm more into...
Aspen!
Really says a lot when Miho is the one who has to be the voice of reason. The person who, for centuries, literally centuries, stole to get by. Not that she really had to, she might have thought she had to. People forgetting her in less than a day. But it's like... Her morals will probably never be 100%, air quote, normal. Even if she had tried to be the ideal citizen in the early days, cultures change over hundreds of years. And she's the one who's having to step up and say, hey, you're going too far and need to slow down. Is not great. With a tiny hic, she cuts off mid-sentence.
Okay, I know that sounds like a lot, but...
Aspen, you can't keep doing this to yourself.
I don't like interrupting her, but I know where this is going. At my words, she does stop and gazes up at the ceiling before speaking in a very small voice.
What else can I do, though? I know how hard it is to understand from the outside, But that's what it's like to be an artist.
To burn out. To not even find joy in creating? How long until you hate yourself so much you can't create? I've talked about it before on stream. Not for a while, because I haven't done an art stream in a while. But it's so hard for me to enjoy art. Because it's something I did for years. Because my old man wanted to be an artist. And pursuing art and creating things, he was living through me. I worked so hard to try and make things he would enjoy. And after moving out and not having to do that, there's no joy in art. Not unless I'm making for someone I care about. Even the stuff I've made for my stream, it's like this layout, the books, the halo, it's like I've enjoyed more learning how to do things that allowed me to make these possible more than the act of creation themselves. And it sucks. It sucks trying to push yourself to create when you don't enjoy it. And if you're burning out from all the creation that you're doing on the behalf of others, how long until you feel disgusted by it? It took me so long to get past feeling disgusted every time I try to create. It's hard. God. Is this my wander stop? For those of you not familiar with Wanderstop, it's a game by the same studio that did the Stanley Parable, and I'm forgetting the other one they did, but they're all kind of, they're not just games. There's a message in there that makes it more art than video game, in that there's a story to interpret. They use mechanics in a way that in some regards are kind of antithetical to how games work or why people play games. Similar to how Dark Souls is fun because of how it's punishing, Wanderstop is not fun because it's punishing, because it's showing you that pushing yourself, even while burnt out, makes things harder. That you have to be able to do things for fun and not just because of what they can do for you, what achievements you can get, what people you can please for doing them. I saw another streamer I like, Demily Pyro, play that. And fuck, the story killed me in the few streams I was able to catch live. Just how hard, just emotional gut punch. This scene is that for me. Seeing myself in hurting. Ugh. Let's continue on as best we can.
Opportunity rarely knocks twice, as they say. It could be years before I have another chance like this, if ever. Some things are worth persevering through. So what if I have to call out of work a couple times or miss some sleep? That won't matter in the long run.
But what will matter in the long run is if you lose the reason for wanting to do these things. So fuck, if I could just take Aspen by the shoulders right now and shake her and ask, why do you have to have a published book? Why is it so important to you to have the finished product, even if you have to do shit you hate to make it reality? Why are you creating, if not for fun? Who is it for? Yourself? Or to prove yourself to someone else who might still not give a shit even if you achieve this dream? If you can't do it for yourself, then what's the point?
When there's a line of people waiting for a midnight release at the bookstore, or posting fan fiction online, someday I'll forget all the bad stuff that happened, or even look back and laugh. Someday, it'll be worth it.
Someday?
She nods.
But who cares about someday when you're miserable now, love?
It feels strange to call her that, but also right. Just like when she said it to me. And it seems like it works. I hear her breath catch in her throat. And even as she turns to face me again, I can see the glimmer of tears in her eyes. More than ever, I wish I knew what to say that could help her. If Juliet was here, I'm sure she'd have some great advice to offer. It's hard for me to understand what it is she's going through. On the other hand, it's really easy to see how it's affecting her.
I know, I'm the last person who should tell someone how to spend their time. But it can't be worth feeling like this all the time, just so maybe someday it'll be better, right? Even if I don't know anything about writing or books or any of that, all of those next steps you talked about sound just as bad. You used to be so excited about your book, but now it just makes you sad all the time. If it would really get better after this weekend, that'd be one thing, but it wouldn't, would it?
Aspen slowly shakes her head. Tears silently roll down her face, onto her pillow and hair. I scoot closer so that our foreheads are touching. Even then, I can barely hear her as she whispers,
I know. I know that you're right and it won't get easier, but I'm right too. All those things I said about maybe not getting another chance, or about how it's never easy for anyone, they're true as well.
that is fair. That is fair. But is that reason enough to keep doing it? For every success story, there are dozens upon dozens of failures. People who had the opportunity but couldn't deliver. Is it right to struggle through and demand to be one of the success stories? If only because you refuse to be a failure? Or would it be better to be trying to succeed because it's just something you really want to do? It's sunk cost fallacy. I finally got a foot in the door, so I've got to make the most of it. It's like, do you? Do you really? I mean, she's talking about writing a book and being a published author, but there's more than one way to get a book printed. There's more than one way to make money off the story you're telling. I'm going to type this in chat because I don't know if I can pronounce it well for everyone to know how it's spelled. But Astiel by Unpretty Kitty is a story that was originally based off of The Legend of Zelda setting prospect of three people whose souls are so intertwined in fate that they keep meeting each other. Even when they die, they come back. And while it was originally written as a justification for the 18 plus scenes the author wanted to make, they kept getting sidetracked by plot and lore details of the world that they didn't actually need for those moments. They just came to mind. They're like, fuck, I need to do that. And that is only one of the several stories that Unpretty Kitty posts on their own website. You can get a subscription to see her stuff a little earlier and to support the author. Web serials, I think that's with a kind of, not genre, that style of sharing a story is. You don't need to print anything for it, and you can probably just pay a small fee for hosting, especially before you get a big cult following over it. But it is a way to make money, to become a known author without having to have physical print. Or write the entire book, sell digital-only copies, which might very well be possible. There are laptops and airplanes and cell phones. We don't know if it's a smartphone exactly. It appeared in one of the CGs. It did look like a flat smartphone, but we've never seen the screen, so maybe it isn't. But the point is, if those things can exist, fuck, just text-only stories on the internet that you can pay for existed before smartphone capabilities, before airplane travel was so easy that anyone could do it on a whim. There's more than one way to succeed at your goals, even if it doesn't feel like it. Because the only difference between a published author with online-only content and a published author through a big book printing company, I'm blanking on the name, publishing company, that's it. The only difference between the two is the steps they took to do it. Because both are published authors.
I wish it wasn't. I wish this wasn't my only choice, because it's not even mine anymore. It's not my story or characters, it's something else. But I don't know what else to do.
Give up. It's not your story or your characters, like you said. You're finding no joy in it. Give up. This company does not want your story or your characters, then it's not your goal. It's theirs. Fuck them. Someone else can write that story for them, and you can write yours.
If my original story was any good, it wouldn't have been rejected so many times, or needed so many changes. And they're not bad changes either. They make sense. They're just not mine.
Are you really okay with that?
For all of about 2 seconds, she holds my gaze. Then Aspen truly bursts into tears. It might be her most honest answer yet. whole body shakes as she cries, and I do what I can to hold her. The two cats hop up onto the bed, concerned and investigating. The corners of my eyes burn too. Not for myself, but for Aspen, and for the helplessness I feel. But also, I recall what Juliet said, that this is something Aspen has to go through herself.
I don't know if I am. I don't know. I thought I was. Kept telling myself I was, but...
It's hard for her to speak in between sniffles and sobs. I just let her cry against me, doing what I can do. Be there for her. She doesn't need to finish her sentence anyway. We both already know the answer. I stroke her hair and try to think of how to piece together what I want to say to her. It's tough. It's tough because I know I don't have anything that would be helpful or might solve the problem. All I can do is be honest.
I don't know the difference between good and bad writing, of course. I've only ever read one book. But I still really like that book. Enough to read it again and again yesterday. And the only reason I could even do that is because you and Juliet seem to like books so much that I had to try them too. Spending hours hunched over that desk, copying those letters a million times, I wouldn't have done that for just anyone, you know? I'm glad I did, though. It was worth it just to be able to read The Fox in the Grove, even though I already knew the story. That was something I never understood before. Why anyone would want to read a book more than once. You already know what's going to happen. But because it makes me think of you, and that you wrote it just for me to be able to read. I don't think I'll ever be able to like a book more.
Wiping her eyes, she manages a shaky sigh that might be a laugh.
Well, I can't complain about that kind of critical reception.
Her sobs have gone back to being sniffles and hiccups, and she's slowly able to catch her breath. The pillow that we share is soaked with her tears, but I barely notice. The two cats are still nearby, and she scoops them up and pulls them towards her as well.
You guys are worried too, huh?
They both meow in protest as Aspen brings them into our hug. There isn't really room, but Aspen manages to squeeze them in. They immediately hop away though, and she doesn't try to stop them.
Not too worried, I see.
We snuggle for a bit longer, and then for the first time since she got into bed, Aspen sits back up and rubs her eyes. I sit up too, and she casually leans against me as she looks around. It's a lot brighter now than it was when I got here, even through the curtains.
It is a bit of a mess here, isn't it?
A little bit. Yeah.
Aspen reaches down and picks up one of the empty beer cans, examining it before tossing it into the recycling bin.
Tasted awful anyways.
I didn't even know you like beer.
Maybe she didn't.
We don't.
Another can is on Aspen's nightstand. She chucks that into the bin as well, before gathering some of the scattered papers around the apartment. I help clean, throwing away anything that looks like trash and organizing anything that doesn't. Aspen takes care of all that, replacing her laptop on her desk and tidying some of the clutter. Finally, she opens the curtains and we sit back down. I wait for her to say something. Since there still hasn't been any resolution, I don't have to wait very long.
I'm going to send an email to Avery and tell them I've changed my mind. And that I'm not interested in making the changes they wanted.
Wait, you've already decided that?
I'm happy to hear your decision, but I wasn't expecting it to come this fast.
I have to give them an answer soon, one way or another. To be honest, I was already thinking about it, and have been for days. In my heart, I think it's what I've wanted to say this whole time. But I kept telling myself that I should just try a little harder and power through.
Personally, this is why I suggest if you're stuck between 2 or 3 options, you should flip a coin to decide. If only so, while the coin is in the air, you can figure out what option in your heart is the one you hope it lands on.
I could probably do that if I put my mind to it. But there was something you said earlier. And as soon as you said it, I knew you were right, because it was something I was trying not to admit to myself. That somewhere along the way, something I love had turned into something I dread. I pictured myself continuing down that path. If I lost that love forever, would it be worth it? It might be. It might not. There's no telling how it would go. But you're right that I have something to live for right now. And someone to love. So I think maybe that much is enough. More than enough, even.
Aspen leans in, and I do too. Close my eyes in anticipation. The relief that floods through me as I hear Aspen words like a glass of water after a long run. Excuse me. Pausing just inches from my lips, Aspen whispers just one more thing before we kiss.
I have everything I need right here.
The two of us linger around Aspen's apartment for a while longer. I play with the cats while Aspen collects herself and eventually manages to send off her email. Around lunchtime, we head to the Bell House for Aspen's midday shift.
Are you sure you want to go to work today? You said you were going to call out.
Sometimes you need a bit of normalcy to recover from a really bad day. I would know.
I'm sure. It'll be nice to have the distraction. Sorry to leave you on your own, though.
It's alright. I'll figure out something to do.
I study Aspen's face. Her eyes are still red and puffy, although her glasses help hide that. She still seems fragile, but I feel less worried about her than before.
See you tomorrow, then?
Maybe. I might just need a day alone. Not that being with you doesn't help me feel better, but I just have a lot of thinking to do.
I understand. We can hang out again when you're ready.
I'll see you on Halloween for sure.
Cool.
Aspen adjusts her glasses and removes her hat, preparing to go change into her uniform.
Well, I'm going to go clean myself up a bit before my shift starts. I can't let Lena see me like this.
You sure you'll be okay?
Yes, I have lots of practice at keeping myself together. That's all customer service really is.
It's really not. And if that's how you feel, you might need to look for a new hobby or a new job, because something is lacking in your life. And it's going to be hard sometimes. There's nothing wrong with that. Life is unfair, but that doesn't mean it's not worth trying.
Alright. See you later, then.
Goodbye, Miho. I love you.
Love you too.
After a final kiss, she goes inside to start her shift. It's been an emotional day already, and it's barely half over. Despite that, I feel optimistic as I walk away from the cafe. I'm still concerned about Aspen, but I know she'll be okay in the long run. There's a long road ahead, but things are looking up. Despite all the worries that I have in my everyday life right now, fishing with Mr. Kim always offers a nice break from them. When I first started, I thought that all the standing around was boring. Now, I appreciate the downtime that it gives me. It's just involved enough that I can't totally space out and get lost in my thoughts, but also passive enough that I can relax and not work too hard. Sometimes I catch a lot of fish, sometimes I catch nothing, but either way, I enjoy myself. Carrying the fishing rod Mr. Kim gave me to and from the waterfront has become a nice part of my routine. It feels like it helps me keep my mind set on what I'm doing. Plus, the fact that he gave me something so important means that I have to put it to good use. When he's not helping the others, Mr. Kim sometimes fishes with me. He shows me all kinds of different bait and tackle, and teaches me some of the different species too. The more time I spend learning, the more I understand what he meant when he told me he tries to get to know the fish and the sea. There's still more than a month before the king is supposed to be in our area, so there's plenty of time for me to get acquainted too. I don't know if it'll make a difference or not, but it definitely can't hurt. Aside from that, there isn't a whole lot I can do to prepare. I'll just have to hope that my patience pays off. Even just getting to see the king would be enough for me. If anyone's going to catch him, it should be Mr. Kim, since he's been trying for so many years. I don't know how many other people will be out hunting for him too, but Mr. Kim says it'll be a lot. Either way, I can't wait for December to roll around, when we'll finally get our chance to land him. Alright, we can do another save. A little safety save. And I think... after that emotional scene with Aspen, let's go ahead and take a little bit of an early break right now. It's, I'm still a little sniffly after how that went. So let's go to the BRB screen. Alright, and now... Oh, I don't have a window for the timer. Okay, one sec. There we go. We'll keep it a little shorter, just 7 minutes. After that, we will be right back. See you then. Alright, we are back from break. Got myself a little bit of a salty snack and a glass of cold milk. Nothing quite as soothing. Also, the snack is gone, but the milk remains. Okay. Let's see. After eating breakfast with just Juliet, I have to figure out how to spend a day without Aspen. We had a quick video call this morning where she said she still needs a day to herself to just unwind and think and cry. I wish that I could be there to comfort her, but I also understand why she needs to be alone for a while. She's learning those hard lessons for herself, like Juliet said. I'll see her tomorrow, but I can't let today go to waste. Juliet finds me in the kitchen, looking out the back window.
Is something out there?
Nah, just thinking about what I want to do today. Aspen's not feeling very good.
In the shade of the big tree in the backyard, there are a couple birds hopping around, looking for worms. That gives me an idea.
Could I go see that bird we rescued? The one your friend picked up.
You can certainly visit the preserve. Although I couldn't say if they'd be able to point you to our friend in particular. There are quite a lot of other birds who call it home.
That's fine. I can look for it on my own.
Of course. It's a bit of a walk, but there's a shuttle that can take you most of the way.
Juliet shows me where to find the shuttle, and I use my phone to guide me there. I don't have to wait long until it arrives and I climb on board. The driver takes us in the direction of the Bell House and Aspen's apartment. I've walked down these roads so many times that it feels strange to see them rush by out the windows, like I'm fast-forwarding through a TV show. At some point, we take a turn that I've never taken before, and soon we're going through areas that are new to me. I watch them go by, not paying enough attention to commit them to memory. Eventually, I stop and disembark. As I get my first whiff of the clean air, I understand why it's a preserve. As far as I can see, the land is covered in forest. Not just trees, but forest. Grown so thick that it looks like a solid wall of green. The only exception is a river that winds through the hills, where the water is crystal clear and still. The nearby botanic gardens were lovely, but this is something else. This is something more. I miss traveling to new places, or I'm glad to have settled down now. I think, for Aspen's route, I miss traveling to new places. I mean, she wrote The Fox in the Grove in part, which came from us having been from a very different place and time, which is what made it so interesting to her. So many things you couldn't experience. I'll go with that. Aspen seems like the type who might like to enjoy traveling. It's been a while since I've been anywhere that felt this way. I like having a home, but I miss seeing new places too. If it weren't for my magic, I'd like to start traveling again, now that I have somewhere to come back to. I quietly pay for my ticket and then hurry out as fast as I can. I see why Juliet said they wouldn't be able to help me find my bird. There are a ton of places it could be, but that doesn't mean I can't try. Maybe if I found the person who took the bird in, they'd know what happened to it. I might have better luck just looking for it myself, though. It's a big place, I decide. too big for me to try to explore on my own. I should look for Juliet's friend, Amaya. I should have asked Juliet how to contact her before I left. I'm sure Juliet's asleep by now, and I don't want to disturb her. Besides, it's not like I'm in a hurry. Take my time, I try to see as much as I can. It's not crowded, but the preserve is far from empty too. There are just as many fabled as there are humans. Some I recognize, like a faun and a dryad. I wonder if the trees make any of them feel like I do. If any of them have a story like I do. Come from someplace far away like I do. They're kids too. Human kids with their teachers, being led around by tour guides. Lots of them look excited to be here. I hope maybe they can learn to love it as well. I ask some of the guides or instructors if they know who and where Amaya is. Some of them have no idea what I'm talking about. Some know her, but not her location. Finally, I find someone who's able to point me in the right direction. I end up back near where I started, near the edge of the river. Sure enough, the lady from before is there, talking with another guest. I wait until they finish their conversation before I approach.
Excuse me.
Hi, how can I help you?
A few weeks ago, you picked up a hurt bird from my friend Juliet. I was wondering if you could tell me where it is now.
Oh, right. That poor guy. I'm afraid the little fellow didn't make it.
Oh.
I think that when he took the tumble that hurt his leg, he must have hurt something inside him, too.
Oh.
Oh.
It's dead. I hadn't even thought about that possibility. This whole time I just assumed it'd be alive. That it had gotten better.
It's sad, but it's the way of nature sometimes. Mind if I ask how you were involved?
Naturally, she doesn't remember me being there.
I was the one who found it and brought it to Juliet's. I wasn't around when you picked it up, though.
Oh, right. Well, you can sleep easy and know that you did what you could.
She sounds so casual about it. I guess she's probably experienced this a lot. Meanwhile, I don't know what to say. I just stand there, surprised. It's just a bird, sure. But that's still something. For the bird, it was everything. Amaya starts to walk away, but before she can leave, there's something I want to know. It's something I've never given much thought to before, but that my recent time with Silver has made me wonder about.
Hey, I have a question.
Shoot.
Do you believe in fate?
She stares at me in mild shock. It's a weird thing to ask, I know, but I hold her gaze and don't back down.
Now there's the question.
Looking past me at the water, she takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly. Oh.
If you're asking if I think there's a world out there where that bird survives or never gets hurt to begin with, then sure, maybe. I'm not smart enough to know, but it's not this one.
I mean, I wouldn't exactly say that's fate, more or less, but I guess it does answer the question of whether or not she believes in it.
Destiny, luck, whatever you want to call it. Life's unfair, that's a fact. It doesn't care about any one of us. Sometimes you can do everything right, and it just isn't enough.
That's true. Whether you believe in fate or destiny or not, life is unfair. And sometimes it does things without regard to how it's going to affect people. And sometimes this is in funny ways. It's well, for anyone who's read the Discworld books and how some events and small details are kind of parroting real life, or reference famous books or scientific thought. Like there's a joke about Pavlov's dog and training and what have you, and the punchline is that rather than describing Pavlov as the name of the scientist who studied it, they describe a strawberry-based dessert that is known as a pavlova. In real life, the uncaringness of the universe also makes things funny. The person who first filed a patent for the fire hydrant in America, we don't know who it is because the patent documents burned up in a fire. It's like that's just silly to have happened. It's like, yeah, life doesn't give a shit about you and your feelings and goals, but sometimes that's a good thing. Because sometimes what you want or how you feel is bullshit. And you don't want life to do exactly what you want or expect all the time. And sometimes you don't realize that until you think back with hindsight.
I don't think that's destiny personally. That's just being alive. Being here, doing what I can to help who I can, that's just me playing my part in life. If that's because some invisible force led me, then it doesn't change anything. Bigger picture or not, it's what I choose to do with my time right now. And I choose to believe that makes a difference. Hope that helps.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. Say hi to Juliet for me, will you?
Yeah, no problem.
Once again, she starts to walk away, and this time I don't stop her. Instead, I walk out to the nearby gazebo and sit down, surrounded by quiet water. I'd like access to a gazebo like this. It seems very calming to sit in one and look out, not across a bunch of grass in a park, but a small lake, large pond. I'm not sure what size that the line of the sand is between ponds and lakes, but it feels like it'd be very serene, especially with this little bridge that you can walk out to back and forth. Though, maybe the artist just didn't consider it, but I would have expected seeing some slats on the other side of this. Because, like, from this angle, it's not like we're looking head-on here. We can see perspective here. Whatever. That's nitpicky. Even though her reasoning was totally different, I can't help but think about how Amaya pretty much said the same thing Silver did. It was just a bird, and that's just life. Silver, who wanted to let it die, and Amaya, who tried to help it live. I wonder how Silver would feel if she heard the news. I'm sure she'd pretend not to care, but she did follow me all the way back to the library just to see. On the other hand, Amaya didn't seem all that upset. I could tell she didn't know why it mattered to me. Like always, it's hard for me to answer that question myself. I know how nature works as well as either of them. I know better than to expect it to care. That doesn't mean I can't, though. Even if no one else sees it, that bird was still as alive as we were. Maybe it didn't read books, or drink coffee, or watch TV, but it still existed. It ate, and flew, and sang. The forest on Mount Victoria will be a little more quiet from now on, even if nobody notices. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference myself, I know. It's not like that bird and I were friends. Still, whenever I go back, I'll think about it, and think about the tree that used to be its home, the nest that it'll never return to. Sighing, I stand up and start walking again. Despite how it turned out, I'm still glad I came to this place. Still glad it exists. It might not be perfect, but it's doing the best it can. The end of October arrives with a brisk morning chill. I take my time waking up, enjoying the comfortable warmth of my bed like always. Outside my window, the leaves and branches shake with the breeze, but they can't reach me in here. From downstairs, the warm smell of coffee wafts up, promising me refreshment and energy. Something else drifts up too. Something even better. The comfortable sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting in the dining room. How long has it been? Weeks at least. The past few times that Aspen has been here for breakfast, she's been too preoccupied to really have a good time. But even from up here, I can hear the sound of her laughter like a bell. Smiling, I get myself up and ready for the day. I hope October will take our worries with it as well. I head downstairs and we go through the usual smiles and greetings, plus the usual chit-chat as we eat. Eventually, we clear away our plates and just sit comfortably together, like we used to.
So, Miho, today will be your first holiday, correct?
Yep. The first one I've paid attention to, at least. I don't really know what Halloween is about, though.
It depends, really. In some parts of the world, it's a time to honor the dead. In many others, it's simply a time to celebrate the season and have fun.
Carve a face into a turnip, put a little candle in it. Or I guess, if you're nasty like that, you can carve out a pumpkin instead. Oh, there it is.
Most of the time it's about sweets and costumes. I'm sure there'll be plenty of trick-or-treaters coming by tonight.
Is Halloween big in New Zealand? Like, I'm not saying it can't be, but I know that's, like, in some regards, it's bigger in the US than the UK. And not saying that New Zealanders and Australians are that similar, but I know it's like they get some cultural osmosis from Australia, which the white population at least tend to be sent there, like exile style from the UK. Yeah, it's one of those holidays that feels very like American. Not that it can't be other countries, but just like other countries meet, it doesn't really treat it the same as we do, I guess. And I'm probably using a bunch of words I don't really need to.
What's that?
It's where kids put on costumes and go door to door, and the people who live there hand out candy.
For free?
I was about to take a sip, and I'm glad I hadn't.
Don't get any ideas.
Do it!
I picked up some bags of candy earlier, so there will be plenty to give out. Halloween is usually a busy night here, as you said. Will the two of you be here? Or do you have other plans?
Aspen and I look at each other and I shake my head.
I don't have anything else.
Neither do I. So I think it's safe to say we'll be around.
Wonderful. I'm looking forward to it. It's good to see you looking so well, Aspen. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Me too. I'm still not quite back to 100%, but I'm getting there.
Have you decided what you're going to do?
Not entirely. I've decided that I'll put aside writing for a while, though. At least writing for anyone other than myself. I think I need to remember why I started doing it in the first place. After that, maybe I can start to think about publishing again, and manuscripts. That could be in a month, or in a year, or even several years.
Sometimes you gotta take a break so you don't lose the love for a craft. I mean, heck, it's the fanfic I'm doing. It's based in the RWBY Ruby setting, and it's mostly just so I can practice dialogue better for my tabletop game, because it feels like the dialogue I'm getting for all the NPCs and merchants and what have you is too samey. But it's also based on a story idea I had years ago, and I've only done like little drabbles and snippets. It's like sometimes you gotta put stuff in the work in progress section and let your subconscious work on it for a bit before you come back. There's nothing wrong with that. Under the table, Aspen takes my hand.
For once, I'm not in any rush.
Hell yeah. Juliet looks at us fondly. Compared to a couple days ago, she looks relieved. It's clear that I wasn't the only one who was worried about Aspen.
That's good. I hope you'll take all the time that you need.
The three of us make plans for the evening, settling on a time that we'll be back at the library. Juliet departs for bed, and Aspen and I remain at the table. Aspen slouches, looking up at the ceiling with a contented sigh.
I can't remember the last time I had a morning like this. Not just with you and Juliet, but where I don't wake up feeling like I've already fallen behind in the day. No plans, no obligations.
She squeezes my hand at that.
Just us.
I've missed days like that too.
I know I've said it, but I'm sorry for worrying the two of you so much. And for being so distracted all the time. And for several other things that I'm sure will come to mind soon.
And I shake my head.
Don't be sorry. I know you were trying really hard because of how important writing is to you.
Yes, well, there are other things that are important too. I can't let myself miss out on all those. Like this.
Aspen leans over and kisses me on the cheek.
Okay, that is pretty important.
She laughs.
Glad you agree. There was one thing I wanted to do today, actually. And I was hoping you would join me.
Of course. What is it?
Aspen stands up and fetches a couple heavy books that are sitting on the counter. Bring them over to where we are. I recognize them as coming from Aspen's apartment, instead of being part of the library's collection. They make a heavy thud as she sets them on the table.
Something Mum and I used to do when I was a kid. Although it's been a few years now.
She takes one of the books and opens it up, flipping through the pages quickly but carefully, watching from over her shoulder until she finally stops.
Here we are.
Near the middle of the book, there's something tucked into the pages. Aspen delicately lifts it up for me to see.
Ooh.
It's a flower, but it's flat and dry. The petals look as dry and delicate as the paper they were stuck between.
Every every summer we'd go out and pick flowers to press. Isn't it pretty?
It is.
She offers it to me, and I take it very carefully. It's practically weightless, and feels like it could blow out of my hands at any second.
We used to do it to celebrate the end of each school year. Although it's not quite the same, lately I've been reminded of that feeling. One chapter ending, and another beginning. So, if you're up for it, I thought perhaps we could go find some flowers of our own.
I'd love to.
Great! Let's be off then.
It's like a time capsule for their relationship. Something to look forward to in the months ahead. I let her lead the way outside. We search for a while looking for any flowers that Aspen thinks will work. There are plenty in people's gardens, but she says we're not allowed to take those. We try the park, the mountain, even the sides of the roads, but nothing we find meets Aspen's standards. Finally, after going around a big chunk of town, we spot a hidden grove near the waterfront that seems perfect. There are several different types of flowers, all in bloom. We walk over and stop just at the edge of the patch.
These should do. What do you think?
They look really pretty. But I thought that about the other ones we saw too.
It's not just about how pretty they are. They need to be the right shape and size as well. These ones check all the boxes. Go ahead and choose some that look nice to you. Then you can snip off the tops with these.
She hands me a pair of scissors.
I don't know how to decide. They all look nice to me.
It should be easy then. It's best if they're kind of flat though. Remember to only take the top so that the rest of the plant can grow back.
I watch her pick a couple so that I can make sure I'm doing it right. Aspen only chooses flowers that are in the middle of big patches, instead of ones that are alone. After a bit, I wander off to select my own. Both of us move around carefully, making sure not to step on anything delicate. There are some that look like the ones Aspen already had in her book, which reminds me of the flowers you can buy at the store. The sweet aroma isn't as strong as it would be if I were a fox, but it's still nice. There are others that I've never seen before, but catch my eye as I'm deciding. Both kinds seem like they should work, so I'm not sure which to choose. Let's go with the new ones. I go with the unfamiliar flowers that are new to me. I want something that would stand out compared to the ones she picks. Imitating what I saw Aspen do, I snip off a few buds and bundle them up, making sure not to crush or damage them. Then I rejoin Aspen, who's finishing up too. She inspects my collection.
Oh, those are beautiful. Good choice. Are you all set?
Yeah. Ready if you are.
The two of us return to the library and the book's waiting for us there.
So, how do we do this?
It's quite simple, really. There are lots of ways to press flowers, but this method is the easiest. All you have to do is take your book.
Aspen grabs one of the heavy books she brought and opens it to somewhere in the middle.
Put a piece of paper in here like this for the moisture.
She folds a plain sheet of paper in half and then slides it in where the pages meet.
Then you place your flowers on top and close the book. And that's it. Easy, right?
To demonstrate, she arranges a few of the buds she selected, spacing them out like cookies on a sheet. Once she's satisfied, she shuts the book.
Oh, I can do that.
I take one of the others and repeat the process. When I close the front cover, the pages smush down the colorful flowers. Aspen puts both books side by side on the counter.
How long does it take? Should we come back later?
Oh, days later.
Longer than that. A few days, if not weeks. We want to get all the water squeezed out.
That long?
Sometimes pretty things require patience.
I'm afraid so. Mum always said the waiting was half the fun, because it gave you something to look forward to.
I'm not sure about that.
I tend to agree. There is a certain charm to it, though. I first learned about pressing flowers when I bought a book from a second-hand store that had a few left behind by a previous owner. They must have forgotten all about the flowers. They were bone dry, even more than the ones I showed you, and they'd stained the pages. They were still beautiful, though, and made my copy unique. I left them in there to this day on my shelf. It seemed wrong to remove them after so long.
What do you do with the ones you make?
Decorate, mostly. They make for nice accessories, or bookmarks, or even look nice on their own.
I can't wait to see.
Me either. Here, there are still a few left.
Aspen and I each have a couple flowers remaining, so she grabs another book and opens it up. She flips through the pages, getting closer to the middle, and then suddenly stops. Nestled alongside a few flowers, there's a folded up paper with Aspen's name on it.
What's that?
She stares silently for a long time, and then gently removes everything. The flowers are almost entirely brown and fragile, except for a few splotches of white on the petals. Aspen sets them aside.
It looks like I did some forgetting too. I must have put these here years ago.
What about the paper?
There's another sheet in there that everything sat on top of. So the one with her name must not be the one to suck up the water. She gently removes the page in question. It's stained brown like the flowers, and sticks as she tries to take it out, but eventually gives way. Excuse me. It crackles in her hands as she turns it over a few times. Carefully unfolding it, Aspen holds the paper where she can read it.
It was a letter to my future self. I used to write them occasionally. Most got lost or thrown out ages ago, but it figures that I'd find one here and now.
What's it say?
I'm a little afraid to find out.
We should have invested in Yahoo. How come we didn't? No, wait, that's a letter you write to your past self. She clears her throat.
Dear Miss Benoit,
She gives me a sidelong glance.
I wish I just used my first name. I can't tell you how tired I am of reading letters that start like that. Anyway, I am writing this on the evening of my 13th birthday. In case you have forgotten, today I began writing my first novel. By the time that you read this, I expect that you have half a dozen or more complete aside from this one.
The voice actress is doing very well because I'm hearing that little hint of sorrow. Again, Aspen looks at me.
As you can see, I used to be even more obnoxious when it came to writing. Mother suggested that I compose this letter in order to look back and reflect on how far I have come. I'm keeping my goals modest so that I might surprise myself in the future.
I'm sorry. Her modest goal is, what was that, half a dozen? Half a dozen or more complete aside from this one. Real modest goal there.
Right now, there are many questions that I have. What was university like? Have you gotten married yet? How many other famous authors have you met? Have you made more friends?
Oof.
I hope that you have moved to a bigger city. Mother says someday I will appreciate our town more, but I don't believe her.
Yeah.
There is not a single thing that I will miss from here after I've left. Other than my parents, of course. I have been looking at possibilities for studying abroad when I am older, and am focusing on my academics to help facilitate that.
Oh boy.
When you read this, I wonder if you will remember writing it. I hope that you are laughing about how much better your life is than I am imagining now. Yours truly, Aspen Benoit.
After she finishes reading the letter aloud, Aspen silently rereads it a few more times. Then she places it back where it came from, alongside the dry flowers and the rest that we picked together. Then she closes the book.
Young Aspen got a few things right and a few things wrong, it seems. I'm over half a dozen books late, apparently. Modest goals, indeed.
I mean, think of it like this. If she had not said books, but instead novels, depending on who you ask in the industry, the minimum number of words for something to be considered a novel can range from 35,000 to 40,000 words. With some context, the fanfic that I'm currently written, with the currently chapter I've typed out, number 7, I'm just a little under 20,000 words. So if I keep up this pace, 14 to 16 chapters could have me at the minimum. Or a little past that at least. And you know, that doesn't sound quite as scary, considering that what I have written so far is also, let's see, what was it? Maybe 40 pages? It's certainly not more than 50. So yeah, it's novels aren't quite as long as you imagine them to be.
I don't really remember writing that particular letter. At least not too clearly. But for all the wishes that didn't come true, and all the things that I'm sure past me would be disappointed in current me for, it does make me smile to read it again.
I think that's the most important part.
I quite agree. It might not be the future I was imagining, but still, I wouldn't trade the present I have for anything.
Aspen and I clean up the leaves and trimmed stems, sweeping them into the garbage. Then we stack the books and put them up on a high shelf, where they'll be safe and out of the way. We both stare up at them, full of memories new and old.
That's enough of the past for now. Come on, we have a whole day to enjoy.
Aspen places a hand on my shoulder and kisses my cheek, and then leads me out of the kitchen. I follow her out into the bright sunlight.
Right behind you.
As the day winds down and starts to get darker, a light breeze starts to pick up. Not enough to be cold, but enough to make me glad I have my jacket. Aspen, Juliet, and I sit out on the porch with the lights on, watching the road.
How long until people start showing up?
Soon, I'd imagine. The early evening is when most trick-or-treating begins.
They'd better hurry before Miho eats all the candy.
Can't argue with that.
It's like, I am a threat to this candy in particular. I unwrap another piece and stuff it in my mouth. shoving the wrapper into my pocket with a bunch of others.
Maybe if you go knocking on doors, you could convince people you're a kid in a costume too. That way you could get your own candy.
Do you think that would work?
Mia's voice actress has a good amount of range. Because she's able to use a... I mean, not deeper, but I'm lacking a particular term. More husky voice during the more mature moments. Like when she was speaking to Aspen, who was struggling with all the editing work earlier this stream. Then there are moments like this, where it's like lighthearted. It's like, oh my god, do you think I can convince people this is a costume for free candy? It's higher pitched, it's more energetic, and it's nice. Perfect. It's hard to talk with my mouth full of chocolate and caramel.
No, but it's funny to imagine.
Oh, look! Here come a few of them now.
Sure enough, a group of 3 kids appear at the bottom of the hill and start making their way up towards us. I stand up, the giant bowl in my hands.
Oh, how cute!
One of the kids has a white sheet draped over them, the big holes cut out for the eyes. The other 2 are dressed like characters I've seen on TV. The 3 of them hold out open pillowcases, and I toss a handful of candy into each one.
Here you go.
The one with the big eyes goes even more wide-eyed.
Whoa, that's a lot. Thanks a bunch. Wait, was it? Should I take some back?
Aspen swats at me gently.
You can't do that.
The 3 kids hurry off, probably afraid that I really was going to reach in and reclaim some of the candy. I sit back down.
How much am I supposed to give them?
Probably just 1 piece each.
Usually a piece or 2, but it's not a problem. We still have several unopened bags inside.
Great.
It's like, sorry kids, if you're going off to tell your friends, they're not going to be as lucky. I grab another piece for myself and munch on it.
Well, in that case...
Aspen gets a candy too? Aspen gets a candy too, hells yeah. Aspen reaches over and picks out a couple candies for herself as well. It isn't long before the next batch of kids show up, with another close behind them. The second group even has some parents accompanying them. It gets later and later, but more kids start arriving rather than less. I hand out candy until my arm gets tired and Aspen takes over. More than once, Juliet has to go inside and get more bags of candy to refill the bowl. God, I remember before COVID, when that was a thing, that actually happened.
This is more work than the library on a busy day.
Even my first day of work, when Aspen helped me run the desk, felt less busy than this evening does. But also, it's a lot of fun. Many of the kids have creative costumes, and I even recognize some of the characters they're dressed as. The less creative costumes are still cute too, and it's nice seeing so many happy smiles as they all walk away. It's not until the moon is high in the sky that the trick-or-treaters stop showing up. We can still hear the occasional whoop and shout from the streets nearby, but no one else comes up the path. The big bowl of candy is nearly empty, with less than a full layer left behind. A bunch of empty bags fill one of the recycling bins. In the end, we manage to go through all the candy Juliet bought. After about 10 minutes, without any more kids, we finally get up from the porch.
I believe we can call it a night.
That was certainly the busiest Halloween I've ever been a part of.
Really? I didn't know if that was normal or not.
For Welly, maybe. But I don't get many trick-or-treaters at my apartment. And back home, there are like maybe 5 kids in town at any given time.
I mean, in that case, you just do a trunk or treat, you know? Just one parking lot, everyone brings their car and just has a bowl and maybe a little, like, decorative display at the, yeah, in the trunk. Hence, trunk or treat. Good times.
More candy for you.
Speaking of which, I hope I can count on the two of you to finish off the leftovers we have here.
You don't even have to ask.
It's like you are not gonna see it by morning.
I'd better take what I can before Miho claims it all for herself, shouldn't I?
Not if I beat you to it anyway.
Laughing, the three of us clean everything up, and then finally head back inside the library.
That was quite fun, but I do think I'm ready for bed. Is something wrong?
Silver? I barely register her words. Something is wrong, but I don't know what. As soon as I walk through the front door, I can tell, but I can't place what it is.
Miho?
Both of them stop walking, watching me with concern. Finally, it hits me.
It's cold.
It's cold.
It doesn't take me long to spot the source. One of the windows near the shelves, not far from Aspen's usual table, is wide open. The curtains flutter with the breeze. The two of them follow my line of sight.
Oh, did we forget to close this?
No.
But then, that doesn't make sense, does it? Why would we have just opened one of the windows?
We wouldn't. That window was definitely shut earlier.
It's Halloween. Maybe some kid snuck in here as a prank. Is anything missing?
I mean, everyone knows if you're going to do a prank by sneaking in like that, the funniest thing to do is leave something behind. Nothing too strange, but something that makes a person's eye go, when did we get this? Why did we get this? Or something just really absurd, like, say, a bag of zucchini you're trying to offload because zucchini crop is always very, very big.
I can't see anything out of the ordinary.
Me either.
Yeah.
Something still doesn't sit right with me.
I'm gonna go look upstairs.
The other two follow behind me. Juliet goes to check her office, but it appears untouched. Aspen waits at the top of the stairs, watching. Meanwhile, I go to my room. Grabbing the handle, I push the door open and turn on the lights. I can hardly believe what I see. My window is open too. My bed sheets and pillows are strewn across the floor like someone climbed across the bed. What few other possessions I have are also scattered around the room as if a tornado had blown through.
Miho? Is something amiss?
I can hear them both hurrying my way as I remain frozen in the doorway. Behind me, Aspen gasps as she gets a glimpse of my room.
Who? Why?
I have a feeling I already know the answer to one of those questions, but not the other. Stepping inside, I mechanically pick up my things and put them back where they belong. Everything is here, except for
My scroll!
that little piece of paper. The only belonging that I really care about is nowhere to be seen. I check under my bed, in every nook and cranny just to be sure, but it's gone. That fact is all the confirmation I need.
I'll be back.
I push my way past Aspen and Julia's shocked faces and dash back downstairs. Both Aspen and Juliet shout after me as I barrel out of the library, but I ignore them both. The instant I'm outside, I transform and keep running. There's no question or doubt as to who took my scroll. The question is, why? As angry as I could be, I force myself to stamp that feeling down, at least until I know Silver's reasons. The path to Mount Victoria is more crowded than I've ever seen it. Both the roads and sidewalks are full of people, mostly parents with their kids. Some of them point or cheer as I run past, but I don't give them a second thought. None of them try to stop me or get in my way. By the time I climb the mountain and reach Silver's part of the forest, it's dark. She isn't in any of her usual spots, but I can sense that she isn't far away. Racing through the darkness, I keep my nose near the ground, hot on her trail. Then suddenly, just like last time, I find her. She moves in the darkness, a patch of shadow that's a different color than the rest. Her bead glows as vibrant as ever, illuminating her wrist. It shines on the unfurled paper in her hand. Like always, she waits with her back to me.
So you came.
You stole, so.
Of course I did. Give me back my scroll.
I keep my distance but reach out my hand. She's just a few steps away, tilting her head to look up at the starry sky. No, not the sky. The trees. I follow her gaze upwards and realize something. I've been here before. I recognize this tree. It's the one the bird fell from. That makes me pause. Has she been wondering about it all this time? Is this her way of asking? She did follow me all the way home. I soften my voice, but know that I may as well be blunt.
It died, you know. They weren't able to save it.
Her posture doesn't change, but by the subtle light of her bracelet, I can see her fingers clench the edge of my scroll more tightly.
I met the woman who rescued it. She said the same thing that you did. That's just how nature is.
Silence. Gritting my teeth, I try to contain my growing frustration. Normally, I can tolerate her silence. But tonight, instead of just coming to talk like she knows I would, she steals my most beloved possession and makes me chase her out here. All so she can ignore me.
Don't you have anything to say? You must have come here for a reason, didn't you?
More silence. Not even a breeze disturbs it. Finally, I've had enough. I step forward, snapping a branch beneath my shoes.
Hey! Answer me, damn it! Stop acting like you don't care about anything!
That gets her attention. She looks at me over her shoulder, face hidden except for her eyes, and then faces me.
Were you to happen upon another burn, more broken than the first, would you still try to save it?
Probably. Knowing Mio, at least.
Of course.
Even knowing that your effort is likely to be futile?
Yeah, even then. At least there's a chance it would work out.
You speak like a human, fighting against the inevitability of death.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you, fell for a trap that a human set, and you were just a fox still, did you just give up on the chance of surviving? Of living past that experience? No, what you did was you fought to the death, and you ended up victorious. but you were injured in such a way that you still live to this day. So what the fuck do you mean? Would you still try to save something that is merely injured, that still has a chance, when you wouldn't even give up yourself?
While we could watch the river of life from its shores, you choose to struggle upstream. Why?
Why? Because otherwise it all just passes by. I did what you said and watched from the shores for so long because I didn't even think about joining it. But once I did, once I let someone pull me in, I realized I like it more this way.
One sec. Just a little screenshot.
It's hard sometimes. I haven't even been trying that long, but those hard times just help me appreciate the good ones more. Or even at all. There's someone I met who was also afraid of getting hurt, and someone else who was afraid of just passing by. They showed me that those are parts of life too, just like death is for a lot of people. Who cares about living forever if you don't care about being alive? Immortal or not, it's all we have. You and me, my friends, that bird, it's the same for all of us. I could have run away. I thought about it a million times. It would have been a lot easier than staying. But I did stay. And so now, here I am. Someone took a chance on me once too. Even if I wouldn't have died, they still saved my life in a way. I thought it would be impossible for someone like me, like you and me, that it wasn't even worth the effort to try and change things. But I was wrong. And I'm glad that I was. And so that's why I do the same thing all over again, with the burn. Because if there's even a chance, it's worth trying.
Although I don't say it, I can't help but think even talking like this is something relatively new for me. Unlike Silver, who talks more like Aspen's old books most of the time. It just goes to show that there are lots of different paths our lives could have taken, but they both brought us here together. While Silver is still thinking about what I said, her eyes suddenly go wide at the same time that I feel something warm on my neck. Holding my necklace where I can see it, both Silver and I just stare as my bead brightens before our eyes. The glow intensifies to the point that Silver has to shield her eyes and look away, although somehow it doesn't bother me. I also watch as another eyelash-thin crack appears, and then another. For a moment I half expect it to just shatter, but it stops after the third crack, still holding itself together. The light from it also dims a little bit, but still brighter than it was. When I let go and it falls back against my neck, my bead feels heavier than normal too. Silver is able to look at me again, and though the shock has faded from her expression, her eyes still stay fixed on my bead. She laughs, but it's humorless. Shaking her head, she continues to stare at my necklace instead of my eyes.
I had hoped that by looking at this, I might be able to learn your secret. Some magic spell or incantation that you had invoked.
To what, enjoying life? That's all about actually fucking trying.
At the very least, I thought I might understand. Even as I read it, I thought that I must be missing something. For what meaning could such simple instructions hold? Even as you arrived here, I hope that perhaps you would reveal some missing part of the puzzle.
And you decide to be a dick? Bold choice.
So golden was your light as I approached your library that I thought it must be someone else. So bright that I could see it clearly. The same color as the person close to you. Now, I don't know if I should be disappointed or not to find there is no secret to these warrens. Is there?
I mean, you could have known that forever ago if you'd asked, but... Holding my scroll in front of her face, the same way I held my necklace, her eyes glide across the characters.
수복강령. Please be happy. What simple nonsense. And yet, how could I deny that you've taken it to heart when your very aura tells me your truth?
It's all I can do to blink, to breathe, to stay standing upright as the world narrows to just the two of us. All awareness of anything else falling away from me. And also, as a player, a little disappointed that, we found out what it says through such an aggressive character, rather than just becoming friends with Mr. Kim, who is Korean. He and his wife make Korean food, shared it with us so we could have a taste of home. How much more touching would it have been to ask him if he can read it and be told it's a hope that we can be happy. But instead we're told by someone who stole it away, thinking it was some magical secret, only to be disappointed that it is a message of hope. Message that she thinks is trash, no less. Confusion is just as plain on Silver's face at my reaction, as I struggle to speak.
You can read it? That's what it says?
Yes, and after that it has the entire script for this game. No. Sorry, just had to get out of the... a little bit of anger at that. Just how we learned it. After years of looking and trying to understand, she can read it just like that. Silver, who says she cares nothing for people and their lives or culture, but for some reason chose to learn how to read. I'm not the only one stunned. The parchment falls from Silver's hand as she drops it in shock. It flutters to the ground and stays there, even as a budding breeze starts to blow. That shock changes into understanding, and then Silver laughs again. Really laughs, for the first time I've ever seen. Her usual dignified and threatening poise is gone, as she laughs so hard that it echoes around the woods as dogs bark in the background. Alright, hopefully the roommates are catching her. Clutching her chest, it's all she can do to remain upright as she acts like she's heard the world's funniest joke. Still, just like earlier, I'm not sure there's any humor in it. Finally, with a groan, she retrieves my scroll and then straightens up, wiping her eyes.
You're serious, aren't you? You never knew what it said before now.
I shake my head.
I would call you a liar if you were anyone else.
Why? Can't you read her aura? Like, that was a big thing with the last meeting we had with you, Silver. You sharing that you can, like, read people's emotions and tell if they're telling the truth or not. It's like, what?
You've made a fool of me without even trying. Or rather, I've made a fool of myself. I thought your glow was the result of those words. But you achieved that by yourself.
Suck it.
Whatever it is you feel, it's something you've learned on your own, isn't it? You truly believe all the things you said.
Once again, Silver, you as a character already told us that you can read whether or not people are telling the truth as well as their emotions, even if it's harder to read us. You should fucking know this.
Maybe not on my own. I had a lot of help along the way. But yeah, I mean it. Every word.
I reach out a hand again, taking a step forward, then another, and another. I stop just in front of Silver. All she has to do is take the final step forward. I don't demand anything, just reach. She eyes my hand warily like a stray dog, trying to decide if it should trust someone. I hold my breath, waiting. With a rustle, she pushes the paper into my hand, then backs away, looking at the ground.
Your path is different than mine. We may have more in common than I once thought, but I still cannot follow behind you.
Well, maybe I don't want you following me, considering what you've done along the way.
Though I can understand why you walk it.
And I nod.
And I understand why you said no. I hope you change your mind someday.
Perhaps. Although, I do not think we'll meet again.
Wait, why not? Are you leaving?
Soon. I don't know when. I haven't decided. But I made up my mind before I ever visited your library.
Oh,
You're disappointed.
I am. You're the first other Gumio I've ever known. You're like family, I guess. Didn't you call us sisters before?
Silver blushes, averting her eyes.
Perhaps.
Then that's what we are.
That's simple, is it?
It really is.
Silver shakes her head and looks around, regaining a bit of her standoffish composure. This is about the time when she'd typically transform and run away.
At least tell me before you leave, okay? Whenever it is.
She hesitates, but then agrees.
Fine. Goodbye, Miho.
Bye, Silver.
She walked towards me, rather than away, and comes to a stop right beside me. We both face in different directions. Slowly, she raises a hand and awkwardly pats me on the shoulder just once. By the time I turn my head to look at her, all that I can see is the disappearing gleam of silver fox fur as she blends into the night. I'm alone, but I don't feel alone. Looking at my scroll, there are a few new creases from where Silver held onto it, but they don't mess up the writing or anything. It's just another record of what we've been through together. The breeze from before picks up, making the paper flutter in my grip. I use two hands to hold it. Seeing without reading, I let my eyes wander over the familiar characters. It's funny. All this time spent not knowing what they said, just to find I've lived by them all along. Or at least, that I've started to. Happiness? That's a new one for me too, I think. Another abstract concept that didn't seem meant for me. But like everything else, it got easier along the way. I roll my scroll back up and store it safely in my pocket. The woods are dark as I walk through them, but I'm not afraid. The shining light of my bead brightens the path, leading my way back home. Oh, look at her. Aspen standing up like some sort of ballerina. I am assuming, with this happiness and all the paper around her, she either writes something she's actually proud of, or she finally gets a response that someone wants her manuscript with minimal editing. You know, such that it's still hers. The familiar jingle of the Bell House's door greets me as I walk in for what could be the last time. Once Aspen starts working on the new location next week, I won't have much reason to visit this one anymore. Lena, your friend? The scent of baking bread and brewing coffee, mixed with the clean earthiness of all the plants, is something that I'll miss too.
Hey, welcome to the Bell House. Oh, it's Miho.
Hey, Lena.
She tilts her head over her shoulder to yell back towards the kitchen.
Aspen, your girlfriend's here.
What are you, a middle school boy? There's a muffled sound from the back, and a couple of the other patrons turn to look at the source of the shout. Lena ignores them entirely.
She'll be right out. Thanks.
Lena will also be moving over to the new location when it opens. Oh, okay, so yeah, I guess not much reason to stay here if your other friend is going. Aspen told me she got to pick which staff member she wanted to invite to the new store, but she doesn't want Lena to know that. She'd never live it down. Since there's no one else in line, I lean against the counter to talk with Lena while I wait for Aspen.
I was just thinking about how I'm gonna miss this place. It must be like that for you too, right? I don't know. I haven't thought about it too much. Maybe I'll miss it when I get there. But why get a head start on that when I've still got another week here?
That's a healthy way to think about it.
Good point.
I'm sure Lena and I have different feelings about the Bell House anyway. I have a lot of special treasured memories here. But for her, it's just part of her routine. Kind of like how the library is important to both Aspen and me, but not in the same way. Aspen herself comes out from the kitchen, carrying a small plate with a strawberry croissant on it. Lena locks in instantly.
Well, you still got croissants left?
Not anymore. I was saving this one for Miho.
Wow. Abusing your powers already?
One of the benefits of management, baby.
It's not the first time. Besides, I've noticed we go through blueberry muffins suspiciously fast when you're working the counter.
I mean, so long as she's paying for them.
Dang it. I thought I was being sneaky.
Inventory counts don't lie.
Not sneaky enough, so shh.
Aspen puts a finger to her lips as she hands me the illicit treat.
Wow, it's been forever since I've had stolen food.
It's not stolen. It's just selectively available.
Right. I'm gonna go select something available from the rack myself. See you later, Miho.
Yeah.
Bye, Lena.
Sure enough, she plucks a muffin from the display case on her way to the back of the store. I take a bite of my croissant, getting strawberries and cream all over my hand. It's as messy as it is delicious. Aspen reaches up and wipes away a dollop of cream from my nose.
Go sit down and I'll bring you something to drink. What would you like?
Oh, it's okay. You don't have to do that.
I want to, though. What'll you have?
Well, another foxtail latte, please.
Of course. I don't even have to ask.
And yet you did anyway.
It is my drink, after all.
Yes, yes, I'm well aware. And I'll have it right out.
I carry my croissant to my favorite seat by the window and sit down, enjoying the familiar view. It's changed a bit since I first sat down here half a year ago, but still mostly the same on the outside. With only a couple weeks left until the new year, people bustle about outside, trying to make the best of what's left of this one. I think I've begun to understand why it's important to people, why it's worth numbering the years when you'll only get to see so many of them. I spot Aspen approaching, carrying a drink in each hand. I move my plate out of the way to make room for her as she sits down.
Here you are, a foxtail latte for its namesake.
Thanks! It's delicious.
You haven't even tried it yet.
So? I don't need to. I just know.
It has been a hit with the customers too, I must say. More than any of the other beverages I've created. Clearly I have my wonderful muse to thank for that. You've left a mark on this place too.
That's why I get them for free forever, right?
Or as long as I'm working here at least. You know, maybe Lena was a little bit right about me abusing my powers.
I won't tell her you said that.
Good.
There's a growing list of things not to tell Lena. Aspen takes a sip of her own drink and looks impressed.
Damn, that is good.
She removes the lid to let it cool, which isn't something I've seen her do before.
What are you doing after this? I'm only on a 5, by the way.
That's fine. I'll probably just head back to the library. I don't have much else to do today.
Jealous?
Why? What about you?
I'm only working half my shift here today. After lunch, I'm going to the new store to help Regina with some final inspections and then doing interviews for new hires. It's a lot.
You're doing all of that in one day?
Yeah, hiring takes time. Especially if someone seems to be a good fit and you decide, okay, we're going to walk you through the place. And we want to take, not advice, but like first impressions away to help solidify whether they seem like a good fit still, or perhaps see hints that they're going to maybe cut corners you don't want them cutting.
There aren't that many days left. We should have been done with hiring already, but one person changed his mind last minute. So now...
She trails off and ends with a sigh. A combination I know all too well.
Well, I could go on, but I won't. Who would have thought opening a brand new restaurant would be so much work?
Excuse me. Snuck up on me. Although she laughs, I can't help but be a little concerned. Although it's been over a month since Aspen decided to take a break from writing, it's still way too soon for her to be overworking herself again.
Are you sure you're gonna be alright? I mean, you're gonna be this busy until it opens, right?
If not busier, yes. It won't be fun, but I'll manage.
I've heard that one before, you know.
I know. I mean it though. Really. The soft opening is in 10 days. Even after that, there'll be plenty to do. Maybe more than there is now. But eventually, things will settle down, and I don't have to sell my soul in the process too.
I mean, depending on your takes on capitalism, maybe you already have.
That's the big difference. I can handle being tired. It was the dread and anxiety that I couldn't take.
Compared to before, there is something different in the way Aspen speaks. she would talk about her writing and how she felt, it was obvious that even she didn't believe the words she was saying. But now I can tell from the light in her eyes that she means it.
Okay. You're pretty determined, huh?
I am. It felt good to make my mind up about something. I want to give it my very best, so that I can feel good when I look back on it too. Besides, I'd say that growing the new Bell House into Wellington's most popular cafe would be a more than adequate way to be remembered. But I'll settle for it being a hidden gem too.
As long as you're selling strawberry croissants and foxtail lattes, I don't see how it could be anything else.
Hopefully. Word of mouth from the first few days will be very important. If we fail to make a good first impression, then it could be hard to recover.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
You're worrying too much. Everyone already loves the Bell House. I'm sure they'll love yours too.
Me? Worry too much? No way.
Uh-huh.
Well, you're probably right. Besides, I have a great team too. With their help, I'm sure it'll turn out okay.
That's more like it. You and Lena are gonna do great.
I can't let her show me up after all, especially as the store manager. Oh God, I really am starting to sound like her.
That's another one for the list, right?
Look, there's nothing wrong. Like, when you work with people for a long time, you're gonna trade some, like, vocal, not tics, patterns, I guess. You're gonna sound a lot more like them. It's why you and your immediate family growing up might use a lot of the same, slogan? No. Slang. And you use less and less when you or they or both of you move out and you're not interacting with them as much as you do your friends. It happens. There's nothing scary about it. It's why I say y'all. Despite not much enjoying my time in Texas, y'all is just fun.
Naturally. Speaking of Lena, I need to get back to work. I'm busy this afternoon, but I'm free tomorrow after work.
I'm always free when you are.
It's a date then.
We say goodbye with a kiss like usual before Aspen has to leave. I finish up the last couple bites of my croissant on my own, watching out the window. At one point, even the Bell House wasn't here. I don't know what was, but it's hard for me to picture it as anything else. At one point, it was just someone's dream, an idea or a half-formed concept. It took a lot to turn that into the little restaurant that I know and love today. For the new Bell House, Aspen will be responsible for the start of its story, for making it more than just a dream. I have a lot of faith in her, though. Aspen's great at stories. Seeing her enthusiasm and determination return is such a relief. Her path forward is clear, at least for now. I'm glad for her. I really am. Still, I can't help but wish I had something like that for myself, too. A goal to work towards, or a dream to fulfill. Ooh, is this what Chapter 5 is all about? Us finding a goal to achieve? At first, Juliet let me work at the library so that I could have some structure in my everyday life, and to get more used to being around other people. But that's not something I need as much anymore. I don't mind my job, but the fact that I'm here right now, and come and go whenever I feel like it, kind of proves that what I do there isn't 100% necessary. Still, it's home. It's a place to go back to while I figure out what's next. So, after cleaning up my trash and finishing my drink, that's exactly what I do. At breakfast, Juliet and I set up the table And she prepares a place for 3 people, like usual.
I forgot to tell you. Aspen won't be here today.
Oh, I see. Is everything alright?
Yeah, she's just busy. She said she doesn't know how often she'll be able to come by until the new Bell House opens.
I understand. She must have a lot of responsibilities to take care of right now.
Mm-hmm. I was worried about how much work she has to do. I still am. But she's pretty confident in herself. So maybe it'll be okay.
It's only natural that you'd be concerned. You care about her a lot. I'm sure she's glad that you worry about her, even when she tells you not to. I have faith in her too. When Aspen puts her mind to something, she's unstoppable. One of my earliest memories with her came from her first visit to the library, when she was trying to find a certain book on the shelves. Only it wasn't there, because I was reading it at the time and had it in my room. She asked if she could borrow it, promising to return it the next day.
And she didn't. Took her a couple days, didn't it?
I told her she could take more time with it, but she stayed up all night reading it and brought it back like she promised. It wasn't a short book by any means either. I imagine she's treating her new role with similar focus and determination, which is why I'm sure she'll succeed in the end.
Yeah, you're right. I can't spend all my time worrying about her. I have to trust her to live her life too. Even though I said that last time, I understand it better this time.
That's good. It can be a difficult lesson to learn.
That's for sure.
Juliet laughs, and then we start to eat. It is a little quiet without Aspen, or even the sound of her silverware. Especially since for Juliet, having a meal is entirely symbolic anyway. I try to eat fast just to get it over with. When we finish and clean up, Juliet lingers around the kitchen for a bit in that way that means she has something to say. Sure enough, once everything else is done, she clears her throat.
Miho, there's something I wanted to ask you.
Sure. What's up?
Earlier this morning, I saw that I'd received a reply to a message that I never expected to be answered.
Oh?
A couple months ago, I managed to find someone online that I thought might be related to your friend Zhongying, and reached out to confirm.
Oh.
They never got back to me, and so I didn't mention it to you. But then today, she finally responded and said that yes, they are distant relatives. She said that if you'd like to talk with her, she'd be happy to tell you a bit about Zhongying, or at least what she knows.
I mean, that was centuries ago. It's like they were clearly an educated person, not necessarily, like, important. They came to the same spot in the forest every day for a couple weeks. Because it took time for Miho to get used to their presence and them offering food. Them having the free time to do that, and the skill to write that scroll. Not saying that's like a particularly difficult thing, but doing that for a random wild animal that you feel connected to, it seems strange. It's not something just anyone would do, and speaks of having, like, you know, disposable income for that thing. But that doesn't necessarily mean your family would be able to preserve everything over the centuries. Especially not necessarily the tales about them that are within the family. It's an interesting idea.
Is that something you'd like to do?
Oh. Wow. shocked that I never even thought about them maybe having a family.
I thought that might be the case. You're welcome to think about it and get back to me later.
In my mind, Jiangyin was always alone, but with me. They belonged to the forest and to the rest of the world equally. But it makes sense they weren't really alone. That they had people who loved them too. It hits me that there's so much I don't know about Jiangyin. Really, I barely know anything. Every minute shared with me only represented a very small part of their life. In a sense, they may as well be a stranger. I'm a little afraid that knowing more about them could change how I feel about them too. But I decide that's a risk I'm willing to take. I'd rather know more about who they really were.
Nah, I don't need to. I'd like to talk to her.
Wonderful. I'll let her know then. I believe she's in America, so our times are fairly different. Shall I see if tomorrow evening would work?
Sure, that sounds good. Thanks. And thanks for tracking her down and messaging her in the first place.
It's my pleasure. It's what I specialize in, after all. I'll let you know tonight if I hear back from her.
Okay. I'm going to see Aspen when she gets off work, but I'll be back sometime this evening.
I'll see you then. Have a great day, Mio.
Have a good sleep.
There's a lot that I'm looking forward to talking about with Aspen today. I set myself up in the library and take care of my chores like usual, but it's hard to think about anything else. The afternoon sunshine draws us to the park once Aspen gets off work. Instead of staying indoors at her apartment or the library, she tells me all about her day at work, and in exchange, I tell her about my upcoming haul.
Wow, Juliet's incredible, isn't she? I had no idea she was setting that up.
Me either. It was a total surprise. She said she sent the message a long time ago, though, and it took months before she got a response.
I mean, it takes a while to double-check family records, especially because they were probably doing the romanized spelling of his name rather than the Korean characters, the Korean alphabet. I'm not sure what's the proper way to say it, but that.
Well, I can certainly empathize with that. At least in this case, the response turned out to be a good one.
Hopefully. I'm a little bit nervous, though.
About what?
Just about what they might say. What if it turns out Jiangyin is totally different from what I thought? What if they were actually a terrible person?
Then that would be true whether you knew it or not. They do say ignorance is bliss for a reason. If I were you, though, I would want to know the truth no matter what.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe someday I'll be able to do something without worrying about it the whole time.
If you figure out the secret, let me know. Lena sure isn't sharing it. I think she's somewhere around here too. At least she mentioned that before she clocked out.
Is she with Cyrus on a day that they're not practicing for the play? Spicy news.
Is that why we're here?
Not at all. I adore Lena, but I'll be spending more time with her than without her for the next month. I just wanted to appreciate the fresh air before I forget what it's like.
Put a ton of plants in your bell house too. Did you know that plants help us breathe? I just learned that on TV.
Other fun fact about, photosynthesis and how plants help cycle carbon dioxide back into breathable oxygen. It takes so many fucking trees to account for a single person's daily breathing necessities. It takes so many. So, all those dozens of small potted plants probably aren't doing the job as large scale, I guess, as a tree does.
I was aware, but I'm glad for you. Plants are on the list, though. I also want to put in a reading corner with a small library for people to browse while they visit. Regina's allowing me to set it up and decorate how I see fit, so I'm being as self-indulgent as I can.
A cafe with a library in it? That sounds perfect for you. Where would you get the books from? Juliet?
I mean, Juliet ever culls the library's collection for stuff that isn't borrowed as much. That could be a viable option.
I was planning to ask her for some, yes, as well as a few from my own collection, and Lena's, and anyone else who'd like to donate. Maybe Juliet would even let us share books, so you can return them at either place.
How would you keep track of it? Would you hire someone to do it?
Well, I happen to know a certain someone who's very experienced in that position. But no, we would simply have to use the honor system, like Juliet used to.
I still don't get how she doesn't worry about people stealing them. I mean, I do, but I don't.
I think it makes sense. Maybe it's even impossible to steal from a library. After all, they're meant for sharing books. If you take one home and give it to a friend instead of returning it, it still served its purpose. Or if you hold on to it for years and then only return it much later, you still returned it. That's the beauty of books. They can always wait.
And also all the same reasons for why a public library would not be invented nowadays. Like if a public library had never existed up until the present day, no way would it get fucking approved for government funding. It just wouldn't. It would be socialism, and socialism is one of those buzzwords of totally evil, you shouldn't trust it, guys. Democracy, 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 yeah! That old bullshit song and dance. All lies.
My New Year's resolution is to get through at least half of my backlog, personally.
Your New Year what?
She doesn't know about backlogs of books. For anyone with the Steam account filled with games you've never even downloaded, you're familiar with a backlog.
Resolution. It's like a goal that you set for yourself for the year. And then usually give up on by February, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
That sounds neat. Did you have one this year?
I did. It was to finish and hopefully release a book. It may not have come true, but I'm happy with the outcome all the same.
Mm-hmm. And that's the real point of resolutions. To try something. Whether it's something new or something you've been putting off. So if it helps, it helps. And if not, well, there's no real harm done.
I should try to think of one for next year myself. Maybe I'll try to get through half my reading backlog, too.
Do you have one?
Do you have one of those?
Oh.
Nope. So I'm doing good already. Maybe it'll be to read 10 books. Or 100 books. I don't know what a good number to try is.
I mean, 12 wouldn't be bad. That's the goal of reading a book a month. Which isn't too hard if you have an excess of free time.
Probably somewhere in between. You don't have to make it about reading, though. You don't have to make one at all if you don't want to. Only if it helps motivate you.
I'll think about it. I've been thinking that I need something else to do with my life as it is.
Something else?
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, the library's fine and all. But I'm not really excited about it the same way you are about the Bell House. Yesterday, I was thinking about how Juliet doesn't need me to help her. She just gave me the job as a favor, even if she said otherwise. I don't really need that favor anymore, though.
You've outgrown it.
Yeah. I have other things I can rely on.
One of them links arms with me.
Always.
Not far away, there's an empty bench alongside the path, and Aspen leads us to it so we can sit down. We've been walking for almost an hour now, so a break is nice. Aspen takes off her hat and sets her purse on the ground between us, while I stretch out my legs. We're not the only ones out here enjoying the afternoon. The park is alive and bustling. Bikers, joggers, dog walkers, and skaters all dodge around each other, plus the regular pedestrians like Aspen and me. Some of the dogs even run around off their leashes, ditching the road entirely. People are playing all kinds of sports too, and I can even tell the difference between some of them by now. I'm still a bit confused on what football is, though. I even spot Lena, though she doesn't see us. Aspen pokes me in the side.
Oh, look over there. Think he's lost?
Does she see Cyrus? Oh, it's a dog. Ooh. You're not quite scrungly, but you're close. And I like that. Proportions seem a little off. So a young pup rather than an older dog, perhaps? Like they haven't quite grown into their, neck yet.
His owner's probably around here somewhere. Maybe he ran ahead of them.
The dog looks over at us, like he knows we're talking about him. He takes a couple steps towards us, sniffing the air with his tail wagging, just a little bit.
Oh, come here. Here, puppy.
The puppy, Aspen's right about that, slowly creeps closer towards Aspen's outstretched hand. I sit still, not wanting to spook him like the train outside. He seems friendly but cautious. 1 step, 2 steps, he never stops sniffing. Oh, and he runs forward, bites the handles of Aspen's purse and takes off with... What? Someone's been training that puppy to be a thief. Aspen jumps to her feet.
Hey, stop. Come here.
The dog doesn't even look back as it runs away, dragging Aspen's purse with it. The contents start to spill out as they go. I run after the puppy, who's going further into the park, not wasting my breath shouting. I've been running way too much these past couple months. I could transform, but I think that'd probably scare me even more. I know better than to chase a dog, but I don't have much other choice. I hope I can just wear him out and then catch him. Glancing back, I see Aspen following behind me, gathering up everything she can. Puppy also looks back at me every now and then, changing directions at random. Some of the other people who see us lunge for the dog or try to block them off, but he dodges all of them and keeps running. I'm a little impressed. I mean, we know that Guniho, Kitsune, these foxes that turn into lovely women who are part of the fabled community, exist. What if this is really young werewolf? It's a possibility. It's a possibility that makes me giggle, if so. He zigzags again, but this time it's lucky for me. He's heading straight towards Lena.
Hey, Lena!
Sorry, Lena, I forget to pronounce it like that. She spins around to see me, and I can tell she's trying to process what's happening. Dog is closer to her than he is to me.
Catch him!
Luckily, my words get through. Lena crouches, already warmed up. Puppy sees her and starts going a different direction away from both of us.
Not so fast!
Lena jumps for him and flaps her wings to carry herself even further. She crashes the ground just in front of the dog, who scrambles over himself to try to stop and turn again.
Gotcha.
Got it. Pincer maneuver. I reach them just in time to grab him by the scruff of his neck. He immediately drops Aspen's purse like a thief who's been caught. Not that I would know. Aspen herself is slowly approaching, her arms full as she tries not to drop anything.
Not quite how I expected to end my workout today.
Thank you, Lena. You're literally a lifesaver.
I mean, not literally. No one's life was in danger. But she did help out, yes.
Whoa! Aspen said literally! That means it's serious.
I make sure Aspen's purse is safe before I let go of the puppy, who's been tossing and turning in my arms. Aspen walks up and wags a finger at him.
And as for you, hasn't anyone taught you any manners?
The dog walks away from us, but not very far, so he can watch instead. He reminds me a little bit of Silver. I hope he doesn't turn into a person.
I've seen that dog around before. Pretty sure he's a stray. I haven't heard of him taking anyone's stuff like that, though.
Got anything good in your purse?
Not if you're a dog. There's just...
While digging around her now refilled purse, Aspen stops and then pulls out a smushed plastic wrapper.
I guess there's the other half of my lunch that I forgot about.
Probably don't give it to the dog, though. Human food is not necessarily safe for pups. The dog wags his tail and barks in Aspen's direction, and she frowns.
This is what you were after, wasn't it? It really wasn't that good, I promise.
She unwraps the remnants of a sandwich and tosses it to the dog, who gobbles it down in just a couple bites before looking at us for more. If he's a stray, like Lena said, that could be the best meal he's had in days.
That's all I have.
Lena and I are both empty-handed.
What should we do with him? What if he's not a stray and someone's looking for him?
They must not be looking very hard. I've seen him a couple days in a row now.
Poor thing. He seems so friendly when he isn't running off with my things.
I stoop down to try to pet him, and he lets me. He even licks my hand a couple times.
Maybe we can take him back to the library with us. Juliet might know what to do.
She is pretty well connected. Like, she did find someone probably related to Young Ian and contacted them. That's not an easy thing to do if you're not a private investigator.
Well, she is known for helping strays. I'm not sure how we'd get him back there, though.
Carry him.
I can carry him. He doesn't look too heavy.
Carry him?
Yeah, oh, why not? If he'll let me pick him up, at least.
God, she is just going off. Someone must have just came up or something. Okay, she's chilled out.
Just... please be careful.
I will.
Wait, that's not the title of the game. It's Please Be Happy. Come on, Aspen. Read the room. I crouch down and approach him slowly, and keep my hand out for him to sniff. I also try to wag my own tail, just to help reassure him. Instead of running away, he just flops onto his back, asking for a belly rub. I do that with one hand while I slide the other beneath him. He's so lean that I can see his ribs. Then I scoop him up. He whiffs in surprise but doesn't try to escape. Once I get him situated, he's pretty calm. So yeah, he's probably not a stray. Worst case scenario, some dick went, I don't want a dog anymore, and just left him outside. In which case, they should be fucking arrested.
That wasn't so bad.
Both Aspen and Lena crowd in to pet him now that he can't get away. He sits there and takes it all in stride.
Okay, he's not that heavy, but let's get going anyway.
Alright, I'll text Juliet so that she isn't totally blindsided when we get there. See you tomorrow, Lena.
Later, boss! Later, mijo! Oh, later, puppy!
Still leaning against my shoulder, the dog doesn't mind when Aspen moves his paw to wave goodbye to Lena. Yeah, definitely socialize with people then. It's like allowing you to just manipulate their little paw like that? No. That is not necessarily a comfortable thing for wild dogs to do. You're pretty much like controlling if they can run away. Although the dog starts to squirm at some point, I manage to carry him all the way home. He sheds and definitely smells like a stray dog, but I don't mind it too much. He can't help it after all. Aspen holds him a couple times. For some reason, he's more antsy with her than with me, so returns don't last as long. When we arrive at the library, Juliet's waiting at just outside.
Oh my, isn't he precious?
In fact, he comes with his own box. Doesn't go anywhere without it. The puppy thumps his tail against my chest as Juliet comes over to pet him. People just can't stop themselves from doing that, I guess.
Let's take him upstairs.
I don't want to set him down here with the last few library patrons and all the books. Other than his initial chase, he's been pretty calm. But that could change once he's recharged. We all go to my room, where I finally put the dog on the floor. Oh, didn't mean to right click. He starts sniffing around immediately, although there isn't much to sniff. I watch for any signs of trouble, but he's good. Slightly unrealistic there. Smart thing to do when you're taking a dog, especially when you're adopting to a no location, and you're carrying them specifically, you should set them down somewhere it's okay for them to pee. Like, just word of advice.
I like him a lot more when he isn't robbing me.
He just didn't know how to ask politely.
There's a half full glass of water on my desk, which is not a safe way to leave water. Germs and stuff can get in it. But I set it down on the ground so the dog can drink some. He slurps up as much as he can. The glass is too big for his tongue to reach all of it.
I'll go fetch a bowl of water and see if we have anything that would be safe for him to eat. And then we can talk about what to do with him.
Aspen sits down on my bed, but I sit on the floor. The dog walks over to sniff me.
Seems he's already taken a liking to you.
His fur is stiff and coarse, and he's bony. He can't be that old, which makes me think he must have spent most of his short life as a stray. Juliet returns soon, sending the water and also a bowl with some banana slices, bread, and a slice of cheese. Whoa, cheese. Well, no, I guess it's a slice. It's like too much cheese, might be a bit much. But it is a time-honored tradition of tricking a dog into swallowing its meds, I guess.
It's not the healthiest meal, but it should keep his belly full for a little bit.
I just had a thought, partially connected to the cheese thought. Because I remember there are some people who are lactose intolerant and can't really handle dairy. Is lactose intolerance something babies have? Or perhaps even better question, is human breast milk bypass lactose intolerance? Or does the body still accept it? That's got to be something that's been figured out already. I'll look it up later. If I remember. Because if I remember, that means it's important enough. The dog digs in like he didn't just eat half a sandwich earlier. The bowl slides across the floor with the force of his munchin'. He smacks his lips while he tries to chew the banana.
Is it okay if he stays here for a while? I'll take care of him. Even if it's just until we find his real owner, if he has one. I don't want to just kick him back out.
God, voice actors for Mio is just chef's kiss. Because like she's able to go between like the young, meek, child-sounding Mio voice and the more mature, somber, adult-sounding one. And it all still sounds like Miho.
Oh, heavens! I wouldn't dream of just tossing him back out on the street. But taking care of a pet, even for a couple of days, is a lot of work. Are you sure?
I'm sure. Whatever it is, I'll do it.
I've only had this puppy around for a couple hours, but I already know that I don't want anything bad to happen to him. If something did, I'd kill everyone in this room and then myself. Scrounging for food, stealing, not having anywhere to go back to. They're all things I can relate to.
I don't see why not, then. I'll keep an eye out as well for anyone who may be searching for a lost dog like him.
Thanks. I don't think he has any people, though. I think he's all on his own.
Is this how Miho finds a calling at a dog shelter, perhaps?
You may be right. Still, we should do our best to make sure.
Right. I'll look out for any posters or missing signs.
After he finishes his meal, the dog flops down by me. He stares at me, but doesn't move, instead fighting to keep his eyes open. Now that he's eaten more, he does seem totally exhausted.
He must be in doggy paradise right now after spending a few days in the park. I know I sure would be.
I look up at Juliet, smiling.
Yeah. I think he'll like staying here.
Alright. Around sundown that evening, I grab my fishing pole and make my way to the waterfront. Ooh. Juliet agreed to look after the dog while I'm gone, even though I could be out for hours. It's finally time. This morning I got a call from Mr. Kim, saying that the King of the Ocean had been spotted close by yesterday, that he should be passing by Wellington tonight. Ooh, oh wait, shit, there's a song I was gonna look up for when this event happened, but I forgot. Shit, what's the singer's name? I know it's an original song, it's based on a D&D campaign thing they had, though. D&D song, the King? I'm not gonna play it for Maw of the King, that's it. I'm gonna toss it, the link in chat, as well as the description when this VOD hits YouTube. Oh wow, that's long URL. I cut out to there. That'll still work. If anyone wants to listen to the Maw of the King by oh, it is Cami-Cat, not sure, I can't recall how it's pronounced. But they are a very good singer. Some original songs, some I think a lot more covers on her channel. But good quality, especially the animatics on it. Highly recommended. This morning got a call from Mr. Kim. Oh, I already read this. He should be passed by Wellington tonight. After months of waiting, or a whole year of it in Mr. Kim's case, we'll get our chance at seeing the legendary fish. Down by the bay, there are a lot more fishing out than usual. Some have tents and chairs set up, while others only brought their gear. Mr. Kim is waiting on the pier like usual.
Good to see you, Miho. Feeling lucky today?
I sure hope so. It's packed out there.
Sure is. Tonight's one of those nights that we fishermen dream of.
How long do you think it'll be until he gets here?
Hard to say. There's a whole network of folks who watch the waters all up and down the coast, and they'll give us a ring if anyone spots him.
Nice.
But there's no guarantee that he'll be close enough to see. Sometimes he passes through deeper waters before coming inland somewhere else.
So, what you're saying is we could be here all night.
Yep.
It's a certain possibility. Sleepiness has ended many an angler's quest to spot the king. If you have to go early, I'll understand.
Are you gonna stay out here the whole time?
If that's what it takes. Or if I hear that he skipped over us this year.
I'll stay too. I've waited this long to see him. I can't just give up at the end.
That's the spirit. I've got coffee and black tea to help keep sleep away.
But no monster? We walk to the end of the pier and sit down, keeping our rods close by. The setting sun makes for a beautiful sky that I tilt my head up to admire. Mr. Kim does the same.
Mother Nature sure knows how to paint, doesn't she?
It's a little chilly, especially out here on the water, and I wrap my arms around myself to stay warm.
If we don't catch him this year, will you try again next year?
Of course. And again, and again.
What if we do get him?
I think once is enough for me. Beyond that, I'll just be getting greedy. You can bet I'll still be out here, though. Even if I'm not fishing for the king.
I don't know if I'd be able to keep trying for as long as you have.
Oh? Why's that? It's easy. You just start, and then you don't stop. I'd like to catch the king, of course. But I've come to enjoy the waiting just as much. It's something to look forward to. If I miss him, I'm disappointed, of course. But it just means that I get to try for another year.
When I first started fishing, I thought all the waiting around was pretty boring. I kind of get it now, though.
There's an understanding between us fisher folk and the sea, I think. It's give and take on both sides.
What do you give to the ocean?
Your time and patience?
Time,
Yes.
patience. Like any friend, it needs attention for your relationship to grow. Whether that's cleaning up garbage from the shores or teaching someone to appreciate the joys of fishing.
The two of us sit together for hours, trading stories about the places we've been. Mr. Kim tells me about the Korea he comes from, and I tell him about mine. He even pulls out a thermos of, mine tongue, spicy fish stew for us to share. It's as delicious as the dinner he shared with me a couple months ago. Oh. As the evening winds on, a lot of the fishers waiting by the shore gradually get up and go home. I guess they must be getting tired of waiting. Mr. Kim and I pass some of the time by fishing for other things or walking around to give our legs a break. As twilight starts to come to an end, my ears twitch, picking up the sound of distant shouting. It starts off far away, probably too far for Mr. Kim to hear, but when he notices me tilting my head to listen, he walks over. The shouting starts to get louder as it gets closer. It's not one person yelling, but a chain of them, the message being carried along the coast.
He's here! I spotted the king!
That's a very good, pirate-esque accent. I love it. All up and down the beach, the fishers are hopping to their feet and casting their lines. Some of those who were in the middle of leaving hurry back to the shore.
He's here!
Mr. Kim's voice echoes along as he passes along the news to the people on our other side.
Let's go, mijo!
Both of us cast our lines out, and I lean forward to try to get a glimpse of the fish himself.
Where is he?
He could be anywhere. Keep an eye out.
Mr. Kim shades his eye with one hand to search around, and I can see other fishers doing the same. I wonder how far away from here the king was actually spotted. With how many people are waiting for him, the news could have come from pretty far away. The ocean looks the same as ever to me, lapping gently against the pier where we're standing. Occasionally someone reels in a normal fish, but nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, I notice something sparkling in the water several meters away from where we are. At first, I think it's just a jerk of the light, but then it moves, disappearing and reappearing a little bit closer. I tug on Mr. Kim's shoulder to get his attention, point.
Hey, is that?
The sparkling disappears and doesn't resurface. Both of us watch with bated breath, ready to start reeling in at the first sign of a bite.
There!
Mr. Kim stabs a finger towards the sea, and I watch the spot he's pointing at. Sure enough, I see the light again. This time it's close enough to see the vague shape of a fish, but not near enough to see it clearly.
The king.
The glittering fish slowly comes closer, moving in short bursts. Sometimes it dashes off in another direction, then wriggles back towards us. Finally, it comes into view. King of the Ocean swims in front of us, 4 long whiskers streaming from his face. His scales are shades of beautiful blue and purple, but shine with other colors too as the sunlight hits him. He's bigger than any fish I've ever seen, but still smaller than a person. Swimming just below the surface, his top fin sometimes breaking through the water. I get a good glimpse of his big eyes as he passes us by, and the sparkle disappears as he dives down deeper on his way.
Whoa, indeed! I've never seen him that close before. This must be my lucky day after all.
Even though he didn't stop for us, my heart races with the thrill of seeing the king at all.
That was worth the wait.
He was so far out that I'll bet a lot of the fishers on the shore didn't get to see him at all.
Glad you think so. Well, I wonder where he'll be.
Mr. Kim's getting a bite. Mr. Kim cuts off mid-sentence, as we both see the same thing. The sparkle of the king's scales reappear near the pier. The king comes closer and closer, then dives down again and disappears. Mr. Kim and I look at each other. I hold my breath as if moving could spook the fish. Seconds pass. A minute. Then I feel a tug.
I've got a bite.
Reel it in, mijo!
I try, but the fish on the other end is fighting back. I have to hold on tight just to avoid having the fishing rod yanked out of my hands.
I need help.
Mr. Kim comes to my side and grabs the handle too. Both of us work together to pull and reel, and slowly I feel us start to gain ground. The two of us brace ourselves and then both pull as hard as we can. With a huge splash, the king breaks through the surface of the water, dangling from the end of our line. He hangs there for a moment, looking at us like he's judging us. The two of us stare back in silent awe as I realize something. The king let us win. After only a couple seconds, he opens his mouth and spits out the lure, freeing himself and plunging back into the ocean. All that remains are the ripples, and in a moment, even those are gone too. Other fishers who saw what happened start to gather around, congratulating us and cursing us. Mr. Kim handles all the praise with a smile and a laugh, while I try to stay to the side and avoid as much attention as I can. Brazen, oh my goodness, you missed it! The king! Oh wait, there's a way to share it, one sec. They are majestic. Let's see if I go title. The extras should share the image from that screen.
What's in it?
Let's see if I go here. Reason and done on the fox. It's gotta be one of these. No, not that. Yes, okay. No? Dang it, okay, so not here. Let's see, it's Even with King. Okay. It's gonna play through it, but I'm gonna skip through. Okay, it's coming up soon. The King. In all his glory. The description for his size is bigger than a fish, but not quite the size of a person. And also not so big that the two of them could not lift him out of the water together. And also know that he let them win with the struggle to reel him in as he spits out the hook and drops back of his own volition. It wasn't intense, but it was fun. That's a hell of a fish. It reminds me of the... Shit, I'm blanking on the horrendous kids story, in that it's a very bad lesson for kids The fish that has like all rainbow colored scales and keeps giving them away until he only has one left. Horrific lesson for kids to just rip yourself apart for the happiness of others, but very pretty with the actual metallic scale color they did. But yeah, it's like you literally like just missed it, sadly. So you couldn't enjoy the whole thing for us, but it was very nice to finally have that the storyline end with Mr. Kim. Change positions. Yeah, it's a very fun place to end the stream on. Sorry to have that happen at the end. Well, right as you come in with Sleeping Elusive, but you know, maybe one of our friends is on. We can raid too after we wrap up the scene. But yeah, a few things have happened on the stream. There was another really emotional moment that almost got me crying again. Same as when a character shared the story of a loved one who they had lost. But yeah, this was... sounds like a rainbow trout, but that fish had the wrong face for a trout. Oh yeah, for sure. A bit more catfish-like, because it's described having 4 long whiskers, and it kind of looked like that. And I mean, seeing as this story is set in New Zealand, maybe it's like a local mythic or cryptid type story. You were thinking more like a carpa, perhaps? It might be just catfish and a sea bass are the two that I can picture the best of just fish. Yeah, it's like color-wise, it was very interesting. And Mr. Kim, who has helped us with many a fishing excursion, who gave us our own rod when he bought a new one for himself, got to see the king. So nice little end to the storyline for him. Let's see. Mr. Kim handles all the praise with a smile and a laugh, while I try to stay to the side and avoid as much attention as I can. It takes a while for the crowd to disperse before finally leaving us alone.
Well, mijo, we did it.
Yeah. I can't believe he came back to us.
Maybe he didn't like the look of what they were serving farther up the shore. Either way, thanks for helping an old dream come true.
I ought to thank you. Besides, we reeled him in together.
God, the thumbnail for the YouTube, I'm gonna have to make so many decisions. Because the thumbnail, I created a Polaroid style like frame. You know, the old style pictures where you can take it at home, immediately prints off, and you have to like shake it so the color helps come in. I made frames like that so I could have just like little CGs or fun moments for the stream, and there's been so many for today. I can't fit them all and I have to choose. Ugh. Man. That's one of those fun little struggles. It's like, oh, I'm spoiled for options. What will I do?
That we did. My wife will never believe it. I guess that's what I get for exaggerating about the size of some of my past catches. That's alright, though. You and I will both know the truth.
It's not about proving you had the experience. Sometimes it's just about having had the experience at all.
Yeah. Plus the 7 years of good luck, right?
Oh, that's true. I'd almost forgotten. Maybe it'll only be 3.5 for each of us, though.
You know, you think your mother still has a quad lens one? Oh, it's used to take passport for that. Makes sense. But I've never considered, it's like, that they made like multiple types of Polaroid cameras. I guess I just assumed everyone had the same type as me because it's also the same model so many movies use.
I'd say that's more than enough.
Yeah, me too.
The sun has fully gone down by the time Mr. Kim and I pack up to head home. Before he climbs onto his bike, he gives me one last wave.
Well, we won't be preparing for the king, but will I see you down at the fishing spot again?
Of course. I've still got a whole lot more to learn.
That's the spirit. Until next time, Miho.
See you later.
Alright, achievement get. Landed a legendary catch with Mr. Kim. Oh, and also this is the kinda scrunkly dog that we picked up in the park. You'd also missed that. They had grabbed Aspen's purse and ran off, crap just trailing out of it. Because it smelled the half a sandwich she had left in there from lunch. But look at him. He's adorable. But I assume he's not getting too much story time, seeing as the image for him comes with this free white box. Never seen without it. It's a specialized type for passport photos, obviously. Regular Polaroid film. The four lenses correspond with their respective quarters of the photo. Oh yeah, for better definition. Which is a weird thing to think of in the context of a Polaroid. Was the dog missing a few teeth with the tongue hanging out like that? Nah, I think it's just because he's like literal puppy, rather than just looking like a puppy. I mean, look at proportionally. It's like his body and his head are mismatched. That makes me go, it's like, oh, that's a puppy. They're going to grow into that body, but they're not there yet. But yeah, I've never thought of that. It's just like someone trying to get like the equivalent of an HD image out of a Polaroid camera. Like I know the modern version of Polaroids where you can get like the instant print picture can get that higher quality, but I mean, it's been 20 years. I would assume they figured out that technology a little bit better. But yeah, I think we're just going to leave it there. Because catching the king was a good high moment. And, I don't know, I'm scared that there's not going to be enough content left in this final chapter for an entire full stream. Not for better definition, so much as to make 2 or 4 identical headshots. Oh. Huh. Yeah, I guess that does make sense. Because you wouldn't want to have to take 4 Polaroids, and also they would need to be smaller for, like, passport and such. How did they get the angle to work? Or I guess with the quality of the photo, the angle wouldn't change this vision of the face, not the vision of the face, the detail of the face too much, especially because they were like all flash camera. Huh. But I assume like to some degree better definition as well, if only because you don't want it to get all like blurry and blobby when they're all the like miniature photos instead of the big full-size Polaroid per. Man, today was a good day. Let's see. Aspen got a little bit of a burnt out, trying to like edit the book she's trying to do, and just to the point where she just drank what sounded like a 12-pack of beer without even liking it, just from the stress of changing the story from what she wanted it to be. And Miho helped her through that. We found out what was written in the scroll. Ooh, because you missed that as well. So the scroll that Miho has had since forever, when her special person found it, was a very simple message, one she'd unknowingly been living by the entire time. Something we probably should have considered with the beginning of the game and its title, Please Be Happy. And we found that out because Silver stole it, and she had the capability to read it. It's not the happiest moment to have found that out, but it was a moment that worked. And we ended this, we ended the previous chapter that we've now recently started number 5 here. For Miho, realizing she doesn't want to work at the library forever. She wants to find some goal for herself. which is admirable, and hopefully we can fully enjoy that next stream. But that'll be for today. So let's see if any of our wonderful friends are currently on, or I guess maybe still on. Okay. Need a window for this. There you go, no window. So who we got on? Let us see. Let's see, we got Howie playing some vintage story, or we got Eldridge Grandpa doing some just chatting. You know what, we'll go with Eldridge Grandpa. I haven't been able to head over to them for a while. Let's see, hour-wise, oh, barely 2 hours in, yeah, so they'll probably be on for a bit. I guess for raid message, ooh, is there a fish global emote? Let us see. Nope. In fact, we get one that's just called Failfish. Ugh, no. I'm not seeing anything. Oh wait, oh wait, no, that's a little Amogus squished up. No, I guess. Oh wait, Crown Baby. Nope. All right. So no emote, sadly. So we'll do our usual raid message. Why do we fall? So we can help them back up. Sorry that I could not spend too much time with you, Brazen, but you know, hopefully the chill chatting while doing art with Eldridge Grandpa will help you out while you try to get back into a state where you can try and nap again. I unfortunately will have to go get dinner, but as always, my wonderful tome readers, I hope you are eating enough, drinking enough, getting enough sleep. Take care of your body so your body can take care of you. Because yeah, it's depending on where you are in the country, things are not really great right now, both politically and in terms of weather. It is starting to ramp up the heat again for me, specifically, but at least we're getting some more wind. Ooh. That's a good little bonfire. We can do that. Why do people fall? So we can fish them up. Yeah, we'll do that. But yeah, it's see y'all around tomorrow. Oh right, tomorrow I'm gonna be playing through all the bonus episodes of the Devil, both to just preparation for the fall release of episode 3 coming up, but also with the plane traveling campaign I'm running, some ideas for a cyberpunk world that my players will be enjoying, not this week but next week is Gen Con. So I hope people can join me to enjoy that. Talk to you later.